should we do? Well, everything has always been on the technical side of the deal. He didn't ask me for any, no, we didn't talk about anything financial again after I paid that 50%. The Niger guy, after I gave him the money, for the first 1 week, he didn't come. Now me can't call him, say, guy, how far now? How far? You never even, where are we on this? You say, Baba, I'm going to pay. You know, I need to see you because I was so pissed. Not because of the money or whatever. I'm like, see, even if I want to give you money, have you discussed anything with me technically to show that you even face any technical problems? Or this thing I say you went to the market, have you called me to explain to me that, oh, we face this thing, when we try to do this thing, we face this thing, and that's why we need to buy this. You know, of course, eventually we had to work. So I couldn't now, what we now did that we now seconded somebody from our office to work with him. Meanwhile, the other person was working in isolation, like on our own. Now, to achieve the success, which we did actually, we had to now second somebody from our office to do that. Now, it was when I now let the person know and I was upset and the person started changing and saying, and that's because we have slowly built a culture where people feel they can make money without adding any value. And as a country, we have to deliberately, solve that. JJ Mojiwa tweeted something yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it, and I quoted it. You guys can go to, okay, he said something about, he's in Washington now with the body. And it was like, he noticed that a lot of the people at these places, they always are companies in my country. Who saw that video? About FIFA Cup, where they were negotiation. France was saying, okay, buy Qatar Air will buy so number of Airbus. Airbus is made in the EU zone, but mainly France. Then you also sponsor PSG. You also do this. One country, I think Australia also, I can't remember the country, said they'll give them gas at a reduced amount. Everybody was working on how their country, African representatives asked for $1.5 million. It's not just the money or whatever. It is the people are pumping money. You're asking for $1 million. Slowly, we've forgotten that value has to be created. And that's how even government can make more money, because when there is the society, the government is able to earn more money by tax. Because what is even the GDP? How do you calculate GDP? Is the net, I don't want to go into the mathematics, but it's the net and plus of the value of the goods and services in an economy, plus the net profit, the net of the imports and exports. Now, is the creation of value has to be created. Solving of problems have to be solved. Okay, apart from Node, let me tell you some of the things that I do. Apart from Node, which is the most popular, we're trying to solve the mobility issues in Nigeria at very good price. because we understand that the earning power of most Nigerians. That's why our vehicles, go and check anytime for brand new vehicles anywhere in Nigeria, we have the best price of any brand new vehicle in Nigeria. If you see a lower price, call me for brand new vehicles. And ask people that drive it at the best quality. You will see a not breaking on the road. Like, or you won't see them talking about us on Twitter, say, no, did this one. Happy customer, always. So you have to solve the problems. So some things that I do, I have a fairly big farm. I don't really post that much now. I have a fairly big farm. And one of the reasons is because we are trying, if you go to, because if you go to the places where we take this thing, for me, when we make, for example, our cassava and we try to make it to use Gary, we know our costs, we know the profit margin we want to make. I don't care what the market is selling. So we've seen situations, my dad manages for me, situations where we've crashed the prices in markets. If with my profit margin, the Gary is 1,000 naira, for example, if I go to the market and they're selling 1,300, I don't care. We sell it at 1,000. If we have made our margin at 1,000, I sell it 1,000. That's how I do. So a lot of time, always telling me, they're not happy with us, so all I'm about Jaje. And she, money, then she can't check their costs now or something. Because if I'm already okay, it's not as if I'm trying to do charity. No, I've added my margin and I'm still making money. So why are you guys selling it at a very, so that's why I'm trying, one of the reasons I'm trying to even increase our capacity. Right now we have about 70 acres actually, which is quite big. But I'm trying to increase our capacity so that we can truly crash some of the prices, because some of the biggest drivers of inflation in Nigeria is the cost of food. Inflation is a very complex system, but one of the biggest is the cost of food. When the laborer is buying the food, the laborer that works on the road is buying the food at a high price, he will charge you a high price now, and that's how it just multiplies. So the next is, I'm meeting need in exchange for financial gain. Now, I talked about this already, process of creating and managing new business to provide a product, a service, or solution. Let's talk about that. To be an entrepreneur, in trying to solve that problem, you have to provide something tangible, or even if it's intangible, that solves the problem, which is like a service. Don't be a entrepreneur. You know what they call entrepreneur? Wants. You're always wanting to be preneur. Always wanting. I have a friend like that. Call him today. Toby, I just open lounge. I just want open lounge. I don't go meet landlord. I don't do this thing. Ask him 3 months later, how far would the lounge want to open? Baba, it be like saying na delivery, logistics, this one. For the next, like, I was tired of him. I was like, you know what, this one, just be my friend. We'll discuss and drink, but business, I won't discuss business with you again, because you make me sad. And he's a very good friend. So, but I think for someone like that, which I'm going to talk about again, you have to actually put your eyes on the goal. Social media has also made it very easy to distract people. One of the reasons my friend is always like that is that for every time he's wanting to do that thing, he's always posting the process. And that portion of the process, the accolades he gets, the likes he gets, is enough validation for him. Like, so you go to this place, he'll post it. They like it, it's okay. The other time he said he wanted to start a gym. He went to, I don't know the country he went to go and look for gym equipment. He posted it. People clap for him. No gym. So for him, his social media is full of all those activity, but nothing. For me, I don't, I don't understand it. How you want people to clap for you when or nothing. I don't get it. But some people like that. For me, I prefer, because entrepreneurship is very difficult anywhere in the world. So I always tell people in my team too, you have to dig deep, because the storms will come. The storm, e.g., in Yoruba, it will come. And it will be nice when the storm comes for your foundation to be deeply rooted, because it will be very embarrassing when the storm comes and it just blows the building away. Now, it also involves risk-taking, innovation to meet market needs. You have to do what they call market differentiation, product differentiation. You have to, how do I buy your products in a saturated market? Why? My brother, Israel, introduced me now and said, okay, Blue Ocean strategy. Yes, I've told, see, today's my birthday. Go and check some of these people are like, Toby the madman. Toby, this boy, this guy, he did what nobody is thinking. Yes. When I was starting on, a lot of people thought I was not normal because I was living a very good job in Mercedes where, somebody even said, no mind the guy. Now, because he knows hustle to reach where he did. So, I went to the top of, the Mercedes Benz and I just left to start Nord. So they were like, I didn't hustle to get it. If I had hustled, maybe I wouldn't have left. And I'm thinking, what do you mean? I'm seeing a problem I can solve. I want to solve this problem, So you have to be willing to take some risk. And that's where if you are not very risk, you can get a partner so that you can share the risk. You can get some people in to share the risk if you are a bit worried. And let me even say something again. Entrepreneurship is not for everybody. I was going to talk about that. It's not for everybody. You can be a good... I have a big uncle. He's the managing partner of a law firm. He's the managing partner now, managing partner. And he started as a... Okay, thank you very much. He started as an employee, but today he's the managing partner of that company. So it's not also for everybody. You have to know when to and if it is for you. So the next slide, please. So I wrote this. It's for my Twitter. I tweet a lot about entrepreneurship. I just brought out two that I could find. There was one particular one I was talking about, but I didn't say it, but these two. Now, so you can read it. So entrepreneurship is, I've talked about that already. Business is producing, buying, and selling of goods and services in exchange for financial gain. So entrepreneurship is about, going a bit deeper, doing something nobody has done before, creating something. Business is similar to a bit like trading. So Madame here makes furniture. She's the entrepreneur. Now, the guy who has a shop that sells furniture that comes to buy from her is in business. The person comes, buys, and sells, in exchange for financial gain. Racketeering, I want to talk about that. I actually put that, is the act of engaging in dishonest or illegal activity aimed at financial gain that may be disguised as legitimate business. A lot of things that kills us in this country. We have to find a way as a people to discourage that. Now, this next slide is very interesting. I said, if you love making money than spending money, you're probably going to be a good entrepreneur. Do you understand that? If you love making money, I've always loved making money. I was telling somebody some days ago that I've always loved making money, even when the money is not mine. Do you understand what I just said? I've always loved making money, even when the money is not my own. When I was younger, I used to make money for people. Like I increased to 7%. There were times when we do a lot of things. I'm not getting more than my normal commission, but I'm just happy that I made extra 10 million for the company, extra 20 million. I'm just very happy. It's like that winning mentality, that competitive mentality. That, oh yeah, I got this deal. Even when the money is not mine. Now, some people prefer to spend money. Some people, if you ask them, how can we make money? They don't have any idea. But they have idea of how to spend it. But how do you make the money? So, entrepreneurship is more about making and accumulating wealth than showing that you have wealth. Do you guys agree with that? It's more about making money, accumulating it, If not for Forbes list, you probably will not know Warren Buffett. It's just, you know, it's more about accumulating wealth year on year on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, why is entrepreneurship vital? Okay, that's me and the factory. In one of our factories, we actually have two factories, one in Unilag and one in Ekpe. So entrepreneurship drives job creation. That's how you create jobs. How do you create jobs? Real, like jobs, entrepreneurship. Stimulates innovation because you need to, if there's no competition, you won't be able to, you won't want to innovate. That's one of the bits. And we are safer. The standard of living has improved. The lifespan of human beings have improved because of entrepreneurship. People can live longer and live better lives because of entrepreneurship. Competitiveness, yes. When you compete, prices drop, things get better. Addresses unemployment, same thing as what I talked about. Because apart from creating jobs, you can also, what is a bit different from the top is that governments can use entrepreneurship to solve the problem of unemployment. Empowers individuals and communities. Revenue generation for government via tax payment, which is used to fund infrastructure and the rest. This is something as old as so many years ago, the Roman Empire. Entrepreneurship is a way government uses in raising revenue, which they use in keeping all of us safe. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is why entrepreneurship. You can see this is a company that we started alone. I started alone. I owned 100% at the time. From, slowly, we've grown to be a very sizable company. A company that employs about 100 people and makes life better for a lot of Nigerians. I'll quickly, because I have my time will soon be up. I'll tell you one of the stories that make me happy. Some years ago, a customer he buys some of the Japanese vehicles. He provides transportation for some of the IOCs. IOCs is the international oil companies, right? IOCs. And they give him an amount. So he does it every 4 years with the bank. Then after the 4 years expired, they gave him the contract again. He took it to the bank, and the bank said, this payment they're going to give you, the new price of this Japanese vehicle you want to buy will not be enough. There's a disalignment. It's not aligned. The amount that they're going to pay you is not going to be enough to pay the vehicle for 4 years. And this guy was already going to be out of business, and he was already thinking of leaving Nigeria. So like his business is off. And somebody said, oh, I know a company, Nord. Come and talk to Nord. And he's like, is the quality good? Is this happening? Is this? But because he had no choice, quote unquote, then this was like 2021 or so. He bought the vehicle from us. Today, this guy is not just in business, he's gone bigger. Whenever he sees me, I'm probably gonna see him today. I'm inviting him to my office. He's always telling me, Toby is the reason why I'm in Nigeria. I'm still in Nigeria. If not, I go to wash plate for one place now. And those are the kind of stories that gives me joy. The fact that we can make Nigerians keep creating jobs. We can, someone that say, I can't buy this vehicle anymore because it's too expensive. We can actually provide that same quality at almost half the price. So, we can say our capacity, we have about 11,200 units per annum. And that's some of the things that, thank you very much. But one of the sad things, which I think would change, we meet less than 3%. We use less than 3% of that capacity a year. Less than 3%. So I hope that will change soon. Next slide, please. Keke is about 2 million or less. We do the EV, less than about 2 million or less, yes. Less than that, actually, around 1.8 or something. So yeah, so some of the people, one of why I chose this picture, because people are very important. As you create value, you have to create jobs for people. That's one of the reasons why, at least for now, we don't use many robots in our factory. The robots are not very expensive. They're not expensive, maybe $30,000. Yeah, thank you very much for the year. Thank you very much. Because if you use the robots, one robot is going to take like 5 people's job. You know, so I'm on purpose. Some robots are $30,000. How many 30,000? You can do it, but I'm like, no, I have to. We don't even have jobs in Nigeria. They want to now bring robots. So next slide, please. This is not part of my time. Oh. We concur. Okay. So yeah, this is one of our factory too. The vehicle I brought, the Demia, yeah, the not Demia. It's, I don't want to mention the brand name. It looks like one very popular brand, as good as it, but for half the price. That's what I drive. I've been driving it for a while now. Very comfortable vehicle. So you can see this is how we assembled it. You know, assembled it, came from the spray booth, and assembled it. And you know, I always make sure I'm the first to drive any car out of any new model out of the fleet, out of the line. So next slide, please. Okay, so I had to show this picture to show how entrepreneurs can believe and grow. There was a time we had nothing, and slowly, someone from my team is here. I always say something to them, which a lot of people do not understand. You have to know how to merge ambition and patience. It's a delicate, but you have to be successful. At least I've only been an entrepreneur in Nigeria, so I'll talk about Nigeria. People say, oh, people always say sometimes I went to Lagos business. People always say, oh, when we went to Lagos business school, we used to use a lot of Harvard case studies. And the case studies do not always work because we don't have a lot of entrepreneurs. I said, no, the problem is that people don't use our own case study. Nigeria has our case study. And it will work. Don't say nothing. It works. It works. The problem is that, which I'm trying to do, which is one of the reasons why I come to events like this. We have to, just the way they do in the US, we have to document our own. 2 things that are very important, at least in Nigeria that I know. You have to be very ambitious, like most places, but you also have to be patient. Some people are patient to the point that it's not patient. They just don't have any drive. There's nothing. And some people are so ambitious, it's almost insane greed. But you have to find a way to merge both of them. You have to understand that everything has a gestation period. I always tell people, you have to do what they call take it one step at a time. Let me give you a good example again. Today is Thursday, right? If you check my calendar this week, you just say, you just be like, when I woke up when I check my calendar on Sunday night, it was like, hey, how will I do this week? It was packed back to back. You know, you'll be like, it's not even possible. Sometimes I have just less than 1 hour. I'm supposed to be in Ikeja. Then another 1 hour, I'm supposed to be in VI. You know, everything. But you know what? I did the same thing I've always done. I've always told people in my team. Take it one step at a time, one day at a time, and pray for good health. Because it's good health that you can, you know, they say health is wealth. So you can move and do whatever you want to do. But one step at a time. And I assure you, everything you want to achieve, no matter how bold they look, you would achieve it. Just move. Look at me now. This Thursday, I've already done the keynote speech here today. Thursday, Monday was full. Tuesday full. After here now, I have a meeting somewhere. Then from there, I go to my office, and I'm like, this is it. I just know that because I've been in this situation before, and I told myself, Toby, you've had busier weeks. You've had a week that was busier than this. And what did you do on that week? Just take one step at a time. So you want to do this, or you want to be in this place, you want to meet this customer, you want to do this, just take it one step at a time and you would succeed. So now you can see some of the things where this is not everything. We just have to fit some of the ones that are here, and this is the evidence that entrepreneurship can work in this country. You don't have to jackpot. You can jackpot if you want to do, but the point I'm making to you is that you can stay in Nigeria and make it. That means you can remember one time when something was trending on Twitter. I left 2020. I left. Who remember that tweet? One time I left. I was the one who did. I stayed. You can go and check this thing. Because everybody was doing. I left. I stayed and I made it. It's very possible to make it in this country. The next slide, please. So challenges of entrepreneurs quickly, because we have maybe 10 minutes more. I have to state that we have challenges, access to capital. I don't like it when people say, it's a bit unfair when you tell entrepreneurs that money is not the problem. Kuda. It is not good. Because I've been there before. You cannot tell me money is not the problem. Is a bit, I want to say it nicely. You are being economical with the truth. That's me trying to say it nicely. It's a lie. Money is a problem. Capital is a problem. And why I always argue with people that is, you know what? Even statistics show that one of the biggest problems of development, not even entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship is even a part of development. In Africa, this is something that a lot of statistics UN has done, is lack of or inadequate access to capital. So it's a problem our entrepreneurs face. We have to admit that and know that this is what it is. And I know people who have lost their businesses, even their marriages. I know a friend that even lost his marriage because, and I know this guy would have done well if he had the money. I know him very well. But because he didn't have the right money, he lost his business, lost a lot of things because he didn't have that. So that's the problem. And it's something that we should look, because I don't have time, I can go into some of the details. I actually plan to, but I don't have the time anymore. We can find a way to solve some of these problems. Let me tell you something. I was watching a video on YouTube, and Netflix. And it was about, if you guys can go and watch it, is discussing money, something like that. I like to watch those kind of things. So something money. And the beginning, it's about, so they have different topics. The topic, this maybe is in episode 4 or 5, I can't remember. It was credit. The first thing, one professor came and said, credit. You know how they do now? They have what the swag, everything. Credit. He said, credit is the way we run our economy. My man, I'm like, which economy? In Nigeria, there's no credit here and we run our economy. So that's show you that it means that we're not running any economy. If a US professor of economics can say credit, is defining credit, and the first thing he's saying is that's the way we run our economy. We have to look, we have to find a way. Nigeria's economy will probably be 20 times more. And I'm being conservative. I'm actually being conservative. People say that the US economy is about 1,000 times more. You know 1,000 times? 1,000 times more because of credit. So I'm even being conservative. It's okay because of some, infrastructural gap. Okay, at least 20, 30, 40, maybe 50 times more if we infuse credit. I see a lot of people, whenever we do something, I go to Nord's page or on Twitter or Instagram, you see, oh, I love this vehicle. Oh, my next car. But I never see the money. So we have a lot of people that love the company, but money no day. This does not happen to, I have a friend who has a Kia dealership in Canada. Everybody who comes there, who likes the car, pays. Because the money is not the problem. If he doesn't pay, you pay $5,000 and you will spread the rest over time. We don't have that. thing here. And that's something that we need to solve. Because if you solve that, it's a multidimensional problem that has to be solved with a multidimensional approach. When people say, when you fund, okay, I want to buy chairs now from her, and I know I don't have to bring all the money. I pay her, you know, what I have. The bank pays the rest. She has more money to pay her staff well. She has more money to expand. Her staff are able to go to better schools. The schools are able to employ more teachers. The able to build better schools. She's able to buy more food. They're able to expand. Oh, I have one idea. That is how the economy works. It's not. We have to do it, and to me, it's not as difficult as we make it seem. The biggest thing which I tried, because I like to solve a lot of problems, and sometimes I chop cane in it. Sometimes because I went to meet a lot of banks, they didn't agree. I wanted to do credit because I know that you cannot buy vehicles in Nigeria without credit. So I gave some people credit. Joshua knows the statistics. We gave 19 people vehicles on credit. Only one person did not default. Yes. So that's also one problem on the side of the customer. As we are talking about what the government should do this. Me, that I use my own money to give you vehicle on credit. When everybody is telling me no, all my board of directors say no. I say, okay, my money, I'll use it. If they don't pay, take it for this thing. I did it. Only one person did not default. I have friendships that are lost because of this now. I had to get EFCC on some people. You know, some people now, I have friends that were my close friends that were not talking anymore because I don't use EFCC. And I'm like, well, no problem. Let the friendship break then. You cannot be owing me. You know? Yeah. Some of them, I remember one time, one of them, very popular in Nigeria, I won't mention his name. I was going to London, me and my wife were in premium economy. This person that was owing me about 30-something million naira was in business class. Then I saw him. He was feeling very, very unhappy. He now came to meet me and I said, madam, yeah. I just asked the guy, say, Baba, do this thing now. He's owing me 20-something or 30-something million. No. When we landed back in Nigeria, he sent me 5 million naira. I said, you know, so those are the, you know, why are you in business class if you are owing somebody? You get my point? So anyway, so we have to find a way, and the ways are there. The ways, see, we know the problems. I mean, there's a bank in Nigeria. When people say, oh, do this policy, no, there's no need for policy. What Nigeria needs is implementation. We have an entity called Bank of Industry, right? How many people have gotten money from Bank of Industry here? So the problems are looking at us like this. If you want to solve it, we know what to do. We know what to do. First of all, get also the credit register. Let people have, at least start with even location. In most places in the world, you cannot change your address without notifying the government. Let us start, let people be able to find people. Let us do things the right way. Yoruba will say, the next one, regulatory hurdles. We have issues, I have a lot of businesses that Nigeria makes you a warrior, which sometimes should not be. Me, some things that I do, I always tell people, let them be nice, let them fear you. You understand? Let them know that, if you do this, but we don't have to. I just need to obey the regulations, and I'm okay. But in Nigeria, you have to show some regulations that if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. It doesn't have to be that way. What if someone that does not know anything? Why do we need to run a system where somebody needs to know somebody before they can? Those are some of the challenges we face in this, and we have to stop. Market competition, normal. That one is normal anywhere. You can move that. Operational issues. I was saying it earlier. Let us create a culture. This one is not government, it is us. A culture of value creation. Let people be sad if they collect salary that they did not work for. I just know what I'm saying. Me, I had that mentality. I will not lie to you. I had that mentality of if I get paid in a month that I think I was just doing anyhow. I feel very, when I was growing up, when you give me leave allowance for a month I did not come, I always try to psychologically tell myself I worked for it. We need to create that mentality of people feeling a bit uneasy if they earn what they did not work for. Overcoming challenges. You have to be. Who do you know in Nigeria that is successful that is not? You have to. And anywhere in the world, you have to persevere. Nigeria can test you, but you have to persevere. Planning, you have to be good in planning. I said it earlier. I will not, just the way entrepreneurship is for people with above average intelligence. That one, I've tried to mentor people that are not very, very, and I realize that you need to be, because you know what? Entrepreneurship is tough. It's the ocean. And the sharks will bite you. See, you're talking about shark. If you make mistake, customer does not care what they are saying. They will sue you to court. It's not joking matter. It's serious business. Robust support system. You need a support system. Nobody is an island. You need people around you. You need to go for events. Owambe are very important. I made a tweet some other day. Please, Owambe are very important. Clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. Those Owambe, they are very, very important. When Nigeria, you have to go for the Owambe. You need the support system to, because you're a human being at the end of the day. You exist, and you have to make sure that as you are doing what you are doing, Next slide. So we need the schools. We need to change the mindset of people. We need the universities. We need our higher institutions to support entrepreneurship. This is a given. The next slide, please, so I can finish quickly. Next slide. Okay, so the driver. Next slide. So we need dedication, resilience, innovation, vision, empathy, readiness to learn. You need to be ready to learn. Someone was telling me, pilot was telling me, he's very old. He was like in his 60s, about to retire. He said in entrepreneurship, in piloting, if they tell you to go for a class, and even though you've done the class before, and you say, oh, I know this one, that's the day they will start making you leave. You need to be ready to learn. Be ready to learn. My teammates are here. I'm the CEO of the company. I started the company. I'm the majority share of the company. But when we're in a meeting, anybody that is talking, I'm listening. I'm learning. So I always tell people that why are you are just in the middle management? You don't want to learn. If people at the top are willing to learn, you have to be ready to learn, because trust me, you don't know it all. You need people around you with better talents than you to actually make you better. Next, and you have to have empathy. You have to have empathy too. Empathy, you have to understand what people are going through, what is happening. People are not robots. They're not robots. They are human beings. You have to put certain things into perspective. That's why whenever anything happens, try and show that you also care and you understand them. The next slide, please. So how can you be an for aspiring entrepreneurs? I know a lot of them are here. So you have to identify a market need. I talked about that already. Look around you. There are problems everywhere. Every problem you see. When you bring out newspaper, instead of you insulting Nigeria, tell yourself, this is not a problem. How do I solve this one? They say there's a security issue here. How do I solve it? They say there's a infrastructural gap here. Oh, there's no building in this place. How do I partner with this person to bring it? There is an opportunity in every problem that you see. The next one, developing a business plan. Prepare business plan. Plans general, I can't remember. So said, planning is important in war, even though you wouldn't use it. It's very, very important. You have to plan. Your planning You might not use it, but that planning has to be there. Because so you have to plan, then you be ready to be flexible to deviate as the need arises. The next thing is take calculated risk. Ready to learn. I mentioned that already. Build a strong support network. I always say something, build network. Let people be your friends. They come with daily. I always tell somebody, because you have someone on WhatsApp, doesn't mean that you're a network. Because you have somebody's on WhatsApp group, doesn't mean that you're a network. Because I have a WhatsApp. So to send message on WhatsApp, will he answer you? You have to show people, even when you don't need them. I do that a lot. Even when you don't need them. Oh, their naming ceremony, child naming ceremony, something happened to them, this one, that one. Show that you truly care, or you even see them. So that then in that way, you are now, okay, in a part of their network. In conclusion, entrepreneurship drives innovation, creates jobs, and transforms society. We all agree with that, I believe. You have to embrace the qualities of the driver, like I explained earlier. You have to be committed to creating a vibrant ecosystem. It's a multiplier effect. If you do well, the next person does well, next person does well. America is a good example. If this table is doing well, this table does well, this table does well. We have no reason. People are always talking about, hey, this is on. America is always doing, oh, free market. When China started doing very cheap, good electric vehicles, what did China do? Who knows what America did? They increased tariff by 100%. I was very upset. Because you know why? This country has told everybody about free market. If you increase tariff, America will be angry at you. But look at them now. Every country has to protect the ecosystem and the economy of that country. You have to. We cannot, as a country, be exporting our jobs. We have to find a way, especially at this point, to create more jobs in Nigeria, which means use more things that are made in Nigeria. So, and finally, you have to find a way to turning your ideas, which you found from one of the problems in the society, into reality and contributing to national prosperity. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the birthday boy, the driver. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before you go, can I have that table now? Can I have this off, Tomiwa, for a second? Just put it down or something to a side. Please bring my table. Bring it up the stage, just to a side. While the media team, please get ready for Dr. Ola Brown, the founding CEO of Flying Doctor. She's going to join us by Zoom because she's not in town. So media, please get it ready. She's standing by somewhere. And then please bring my cake for the birthday boy. Here. Put it here. I hope you have knife. You know the funny thing? We have talked everything about this birthday. I don't know if we're talking about knife. Make this cake no follow. This is strong. Who has a good voice here? Very good voice. Don't come here and come and be giving us voice with cockroach. No? Oh yeah, this lady in black. Let's hear you. Osha, give her mic. Let's hear first. Osha.
Please be ready to turn the idea we have in our head into reality with the song.
Give this lady. She's a musician. Okay, no, I want to hear this lady first. Then we'll come to you. Oh yeah, let's see. Wait, I hope these people will remember knife in all of this thing we are doing. Because at no time did I mention knife. Oh yeah, let's hear you. Let's hear you. I want to see the best. Oh yeah.
What am I saying?
Happy birthday. Let's hear.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Mr. Toby.
Mr. What?
Mr. Toby.
Mr. Toby. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, let's hear this sister too. Oh yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Oluwatobi. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Chairman. Happy birthday to
Wala. Thank you. Oh yeah.
May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, Toby.
We know they pay money for singer.
Holy God bless you.
Okay, hold on.
Bless you, Chairman. May the good Lord bless you. Oluwatobi lover.
Nah. Okay, you want to hold on? Let us cut cake first now. Hold on, calm down. Hold on. So we are going to spell not. Yeah. No. The celebrant has to cut his own cake. Me, I'm not. It is his own birthday. Let him be the star boy. We are going to spell not, and then we will now call. Give me an N. Give me a ho. Give me an R, a how. Give me a D. What is that? No. Oh, yeah. Him. Him. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say, oh. Hip. Thank you very much, everyone. Happy birthday, brother. Oh yeah, come and take this to his car. None of you is eating out of this cake. He's carrying it home. Gani, oh yeah, come and carry it with your brother. Time. Let's speak up. Oh, yeah. My mic, okay. Thank you. Oh, yeah, let's sit down. Let's not turn it to a party event. It's an entrepreneurship training. Thank you, Salawa Abeni. Can I have this off? Can I have the podium? We're running behind schedule. One of our speakers is also here, and I'm sure he's enjoying his time with us here. I'm coming home. Tell the world I'm coming home. Okay. We are really running behind schedule. But the next two sessions are power packed. I need you all to focus and listen. The next session is going to be about how to raise money for your startup, how to value your business. And the speaker is also someone you call an angel investor, a venture capitalist, my friend and sister, Ola Brown. Do we have her on the Zoom now? Let me find out what's going on. And then Mr. Kyonyebode says he's almost here as well. And then we're going live. He's going to be with us here in person. I know Ola was waiting earlier. We're ready. We're waiting for you. We can't find you on Zoom. Okay, she's coming in now. Okay, so please pay full attention. Can we have everybody back inside? Please, as soon as she's on, just put her on the screen straight. I don't want to see myself in the background of the screen. Oh, okay, people are watching from Zoom. Okay, makes sense. I understand now. But don't highlight me. You can highlight something else. Okay. I think you don't have a choice. But don't highlight another participant. Look at this man. Thank you for joining. Where are you joining from? Can you unmute him? Hi, where are you joining from? Kogi? Do you have audio for him? I didn't hear what he said.
Good morning, sir.
From
Good
where?
morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm
Where are
John.
you?
Kaduna State, sir.
Kaduna. All
Yes,
the
sir.
way from Kaduna. Give him a big round of applause. Now let's go to Umar Makinta. Umar, oh, so that was you. Was that Umar? So we're talking to Ahmed Aminu Aliyu from Kaduna. I saw Umar Makinta some minutes ago. I think his network is showing red. Go to Ituma Ogbeche. Ituma Ogbeche. Okay, Olalekan Olawale, I see. Okay, Umar is there. Hi, Umar. Umar, where are you joining from? We can't hear Umar. Go to the lady in red, the last one. Ogechi, where are you joining us from? Good morning, Ogechi. Can you
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
yes, from Enugu. From Enugu, sir.
From Enugu State.
Yes, sir.
Okay, she's joining us from Enugu State. Thank you very much. Is that your wonderful daughter?
Yes, that is my daughter, sir.
Okay, Ogechi, DM your account number. Let's send something to your daughter for breakfast.
Wow, thank you, sir. We'll do that,
We'll
sir. Thank you.
20,000 to your daughter.
Wow, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Us.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Thank you.
You have to, and you'll share it.
Yes, I have.
There's a Bello. Let's see Bello Omotola. Bello Omotola is over there. Hold on, Bello. Let them bring you up.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, hi, Bello. You are in the office. Sorry about that. Where is Bello joining from? No, that's not Bello. Bello was just here. He's in the office and he's working and also listening with one ear. That's dedication. What happened to Bello? Why did you take away Korede Bello? Okay, Mr. Muti, where are you joining? I love your cap like my own. Where are you joining from? Ola Brown is online. Okay, we're ready for her. But let me find out where Mr. Bello is there somewhere. Okay. Mr. Muti, where are you joining from? Can you unmute him? Can you unmute Muti, the one on the big screen?
Hello,
Hi, Monsieur. Where are you joining from?
Ekiti.
Ekiti Aromoko.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o,
Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, Ola,
you're
we'll come to
welcome.
you in a second. Where Pauline is just joining. Where was that Bello or Motola? Can we quickly talk to Bello and then we'll go to our speaker? Where is Bello from? So we've had, okay, I think we'll come back to that. Can we please bring me some Ola Brown up so that she can have a session? Please highlight Mrs. Ola Brown. Mrs. Ola Brown, please. Oh, yes, she's already
Hello,
on the
can you
screen.
hear me?
Okay, good, fantastic. Can you hear me, sister?
I can hear you loud and clear, like you were next to me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't need, I want to read a profile to you. I think it's important that I actually do that so you can really understand and appreciate, who is speaking to us this afternoon. She's a British medical doctor, and from a very young age, she has gone into entrepreneurship. She has an MFR as a member of the Federal Republic in national honor from Nigeria. She's the founder CEO of Flying Doctors. A company has been running medical, the helicopters that have been carrying and ferrying not passengers, but patients across not just Nigeria, but the world. She runs an air ambulance company. She's also the founder of a major healthcare investment company, FDHIC Invest, that operates across African healthcare and wellness value with chain in hospital and clinic construction and refurbishment, diagnostics and equipment. Along with two other directors, Dr. Ola co-founded and runs an early stage venture capital firm, Green Tree Investment Company, which provides growth capital to startup of Africa's most exciting tech startup. Green Tech Investment Company has invested in startup in various sectors, mainly fintech, but also in media, SaaS, agri-tech, manufacturing, e-commerce, health tech, edu-tech, making it one of West African leading venture capital firm. In 2010, they exited their investment in Paystack when it was acquired by Stripe. Since then, they have had a second exit in the fintech space. Ola studied medicine and surgery at the All York Medical School. After she worked in acute medicine in the UK, she then went on to be awarded the Japanese MEX scholarship, which allowed her to further her studies in Tokyo, Japan. The fellowship focused on lab-based research with induced pluripotent stem cell. She also has a master's degree in finance and economic policy major from the University of London. In terms of executive education, she has a graduate program in finance, specifically infrastructure, pre-hospital emergency care, and she's an international speaker who has spoken at TED Global Conference, the United Union, European Union, United Nations, Swiss Economic Forum, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, MIT, Cambridge, Aspen Ideas Festival. Dr. Ola and her work has been featured by CNN, the BBC, Forbes, and Al Jazeera. Dr. Ola sits on the board of the Professional Women's Network. She leads health as a business group at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a think tank. She also facilitates trade between Nigeria and the US and the UK through her seat on the committee of the British Business Group, Lagos, and chairperson of the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce Healthcare Business Forum. She is a young entrepreneur, and you may want to know that she's 38 years old. She has a couple of helicopters in her fleet. She's a major investor in the healthcare space and fintech space. So it is an honor for us here to have addressing us this morning about raising funds for our startup, valuation of our businesses, my friend and sister, Dr. Ola Brown Orekorin. Can I have this off the stage? Over to you. You have the floor. Sound. Yeah, I think you need to unmute yourself. She has. Media. This is the thing about technology.
Thank you, host. I'd appreciate it if you could put on slide sharing as well, but for now, I will speak about my topic without slides. So it's really, really great to be here to speak about something that I've been working in the industry, in the financial services industry for almost 10 years, helping startup entrepreneurs to raise capital. And I've put together a presentation. Okay, my presentation is up, talking about capital raising and how entrepreneurs can raise capital. So really fundraising tips. I can't cover everything in the time I've been allocated, but I am going to share the link with Mr. Dio to my free book on fundraising. I also have a free video on YouTube that talks about fundraising for entrepreneurs. So that anything that I miss out or anything that I don't go into detail in this presentation, you'll be able to see on my either on my YouTube or in my book, where I give a lot more detail about how to raise funds for your capital, for your company. So what do I do? What is a venture capital firm? A venture capital firm is a company that invests in small companies. We invest in startups. And since I started in venture capital in 2015, I've backed almost 50 startups. So we give the startups money and we also give them help in terms of business development, in terms of strategy, to help them grow from what we call 0 to 1, which is the very, very initial startup stage where sometimes they don't even have a product, they don't have revenue, to 1 where they can raise from institutional larger investors. My is HealthCap, commenced operations in 2020. My first fund commenced operations in 2015. And if you're entrepreneurs in the room and considering raising capital, then you should think about equity funding. And I'll explain the difference between debt funding and equity funding when I get further on in the presentation. But I'm really excited to be able to speak about our work. We invest specifically in healthcare and financial services companies, but there's lots of other funds that invest in different other kinds of companies. So you really need to think about, or start to think about, if you want to raise venture capital, what kind of venture capital firm would be able to support you? The first question when I'm speaking about entrepreneurship, I don't actually start with talking about how to raise funds. I ask 2 questions. What do you really want? Because you can't have it all. And the reason why I try and state this outright is because entrepreneurship is really hard. And in order to be a successful entrepreneur, you might have to make sacrifices in other areas of your life. And if you don't want to make sacrifices in other areas of your life, at least for the first few years, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult, or a lot more difficult for you to now. So I have 5 tips here, and I'm going to start with personal development. And I'm sure a lot of other speakers have spoken about goal setting, skills development, joining a mastermind group, and accountability partners. And I think that this is just something that I'm going to gloss over because I know that you really want me to talk about fundraising. But just to say that really being intentional about setting your quarterly and yearly goals and weekly goals is important. It gets you organized as an entrepreneur, and you're more likely to be able to scale your business if you have goals that are written down and you follow through on a weekly basis and you have the discipline to do that. I think skills, particularly in accounting, finance, HR, marketing, sales, business development, are super important, and consuming any resources you can to make yourself better at those skills is important. The third is really groups. Whether you have one accountability partner or a mastermind group that meets on a monthly to weekly basis. And why I say that groups are important is because ambitious people that actually really genuinely want to succeed, are very rare. So if you don't bring those people together, you end up being around people that honestly may make you sink into mediocrity or kind of hold you back. So it's really important to have a group of entrepreneurs that, like you, have big goals of scaling and building a large company, because ambitious people are so rare. And if you're not continuously around ambitious people, then it tends to hold you back. So in terms of financial management, being able to manage financial resources is important. I'm not going to go into all the different ways that you can manage your financial resources. I'm sure you're all familiar with savings, of course, T-bills, fixed deposits, Euro bonds, real estate, investments on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The banks are raising now, so it's inescapable. Everywhere you see sort of bank shares being sold. So I won't go into that, but I will start by talking about fundraising. So the entrepreneurial environment in Nigeria is such that it is difficult to raise funds. Now, there are many ways to raise funds, but I wanted to start by talking about how to self-fund your business, so how to fund your business from revenue, because I know raising funds from the banks right now and raising equity funding is actually very, very difficult. So I wanted to make sure that you know that there are ways of funding your own business without having to go to the bank. So funding from existing revenue. And there are a number of models. There's a professor at the University of London called Professor John Mullins. And he talks about the fact that you don't really need to raise funding if you follow one of his 5 models, which is the matchmaker model, the deposit model, the subscription model, the standardized model, or the scarcity model, where you're able to get money from your customers to fund your business. And I think it's very important that we're raising money not to survive, not because the business is going to collapse if we don't have funding, but actually the business can self-fund itself. And you go to get external funding because you want to just scale the company to the market faster, but not that you actually need the funding to pay salaries, or if you don't get the funding, the company is going to fail. So always figure out a way that you can get money from customers. Customers are your best funders. They're better than banks. They're better than private equity firms. They're better than venture capital firms. And there are many ways that you can get money from your customers. If you have something like a subscription service that you can sell over and over again, that's a really interesting way to be able to get money from your customers. So if you have a business that people have to pay for on a monthly or yearly basis, think about DSTV, for instance. People just pay. People have to pay on a monthly basis for DSTV. And investors love subscription businesses. The best kind you can build is actually a subscription business, because investors love businesses that have a continuous income. So if you have a subscription business where people have to pay on a regular basis for your product, and they're tied to that product like DSTV or like GoTV, then you're much more likely to get investors. But you're also much more likely to be able to manage your business financially than if it relies on one-offs. The second one that I wanted to speak about was deposit-taking businesses. So businesses that the customers give you some kind of mobilization before you do the work. And the reason why these businesses are great is because you have money before you start to do the work. Therefore, your customer is like your funder, and they're paying for your business in advance of you actually doing the services. Standardized and resell is something else that I think is really useful, which is trying to figure out technology that can do somebody else's business that they're using a lot of energy to do, and you can do it through a technology. So think about Paystack, think about Flutterwave. Before, it was so difficult to pay or get paid online. You could not just send somebody a link and then they'll be able to send you money. But now you can send somebody a Paystack link, you can send somebody a Flutterwave link, and they can pay you directly. If you think about before those two companies came into the market, it was really difficult to do. And probably you'd have to go to the bank and sort of get the money to the person that way. You'd have to pay directly into the person's account, but now you can just do it with a link. So those two companies made payment online very, very easy, and payment for certain products super easy, both for the companies and for the people selling those things. So if you find something that is manual or labor intensive or difficult to do, and you can build technology to do it, that's a really good way to be able to have a revenue generating business. But I think before I start talking about raising funds from external parties like financial institutions, it's really important to remember that customers are the best financial institutions. So develop your sales and marketing skills, develop your business development skills, and go and get customers. Spend as much time with customers as possible, because customers will always be your biggest funders. Moving on, though, to what I know that you want to talk about, I'm going to talk about funding. And the top funding sources are personal savings and credits. That's the most popular source of funding for any business. The second most popular is friends and family. And then we have angel investors and venture capital as third. Then we have crowdfunding. And I'm going to talk about them one by one on the next slide. So I'll start at the beginning, microfinance and BOI funding. So a microfinance bank gives very small loans. So they give loans in the range of about 100 to 500,000 naira. And they're generally for small businesses that are still trying to scale. So if your business is at a level where you need 500K, 100K, up to a million, maybe 2 or 3 million, then you can go to your microfinance bank and you can apply for a loan. But even in a microfinance bank, you will still need to prove to them that your business is generating regular monthly revenue before you can access even a very, very small loan. So it's important to keep your financial records such that the bank can ascertain the cash flow of your business. And when I say financial records, I mean monthly, you should have 3 statements. You should have your cash flow statement, you should have your profit and loss statement, and you should have your balance sheets when you're going to the bank. And this should have a history of about a year or 2 years of those 3 statements being prepared. And if possible, you should have prepared your audited accounts as well. And these are the documents with which your bank will use, even a microfinance bank will use to ascertain whether they can give you a loan. There are also government agencies that give loans. The most popular one is BOI. BOI typically gives loans for industrial companies. So if you run a factory, if you run a kind of business that needs machines, then you can apply for BOI funding. BOI funding, however, you will need all of the things that I told you about for the microfinance loan, but you also need some sort of collateral, generally for BOI loans. So you need proof that your business is a cash flowing business, and then you also need some form of collateral to be able to back up that loan. And that can be something like a treasury bill, it can be a euro bond, it can be a piece of real estate, but generally when you're applying for this funding, they will ask you for some sort of collateral. The second or the third type of funding that I wanted to talk about is grants. The great thing about grant funding is that you don't have to pay back. So if you're looking for grant funding, that usually comes from both local and international NGOs. The most popular grant funding mechanism or program right now in Nigeria is, of course, the Tony Elumelu Foundation, the TEF. And I'm sure some of the people in this room have been able to access a TEF grant for their business. So grants are useful in that they don't come with an interest rate. You're not required to have a collateral. On the recent TEF, I'm not even sure if you have to have evidence of cash flow. So I'm not sure if you have to acquire a TEF grant. They're very, very, very competitive though. And you have to be able to write a very good and convincing and persuasive grant application. But if you're able to get it right, then this is a useful source of funding to augment customer funding and maybe other types of funding you're thinking about getting. Is bank loans. And that's because a lot of bank loans in Nigeria get refused. banks have very big credit committees that decide who is going to get a loan. And a lot of people get turned down at the credit committee stage. So how can you increase your chances of getting a bank loan? I think the first thing that you can do if you're going to apply for a loan is make sure that your finances are in order. Like I said, having your statements of accounts, having your audited accounts really helps when you're going to the credit committee. So your account officer can present a good case on your behalf. Also, relationships matter. Everybody talks about you need connections, but even within business, you also need connections. If the first time that you're seeing your account officer is when you need a loan, then there's probably a problem. You should have developed that relationship over a period of months before you go for your loan application. So if you're thinking about going for a loan next year, then please start developing your relationship with your with your account officer and with your branch manager from now, so that you don't appear strange to any of the people that are supposed to be advocating for your facility when it comes time for you to apply. The sixth area or source of funding is investment angels. And these are just rich people that invest in companies. And they invest in companies for an exchange. Sometimes they give loans. So sometimes business angels can give soft loans that are not as harsh as the bank loans, and you might not need collateral for them. And also business angels can buy a share of your company. They might buy 5%, they might buy 10%, they might buy 40% of your company in exchange for funding to continue to grow. Venture capital firms are a bit like angels. They're buying a share of your company, but they're buying a share also. The process of getting venture capital is a lot more cumbersome than getting money from business angels. So a venture capital firm will do a lot more due diligence on your company. Apart from the account statements, they'll want to speak to your customers. Apart from speaking to your customers, they'll want to speak to all your staff. It usually takes a period of months, not weeks, to be able to acquire venture capital. And you probably have to go to a number of venture capital firms before you get one that wants to do the deal. So you have to answer a lot more questions with venture capital firms than with any of the other options that I've given you before this stage. So those are the options for small businesses. Now, if your business is larger, and when I say large, I mean making 10 to 15 billion at the minimum, then you can go for the 3 Ps: private equity, public markets, or private placements. So public markets at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the companies that are listed there that get their money from people that are buying shares. And that's why all the banks are looking for shareholders right now, because they're looking for money. And the easiest way for them to raise money is, of course, for people to buy their shares. So if you own bank shares, then you've basically funded the bank through the public markets. Private equity is similar, but obviously those companies are not listed. That's why it's private equity, but that's another option for big companies. And then there's private placement. You can do a private placement where you can advertise a bond to shareholders, to investors, through what's called a private placement, which is not a private equity placement. There are people that would typically invest on the public market that are investing in your private placement. So you don't have to disclose your financials. So for small businesses, there's microfinance, there's BOI funding, there's grants, there's bank loans, there's angels, there's venture capitals. And for big businesses, there's the 3 Ps: private equity, public markets, and private placement. So I spoke a lot about entrepreneurship and how difficult it is and how harsh the entrepreneurial journey can be. And that's why I asked those 2 questions at the beginning. What do you really want? Because you can't have it all. And I think it's very important for people, anybody who is considering entrepreneurship, to really answer those questions. Because at the end of the day, a lot of reasons why people go into entrepreneurship are not actually real. You want to be your own boss. You cannot be your own boss, even as an entrepreneur. Your customers are your bosses, your employees are your bosses, your investors are your bosses. You have so many bosses. There are some government officials are also your bosses. owning your own business does not mean you're going to be your own boss and make your own decisions. But the time you bring investors into your company, they are the ones to actually determine how much salary you earn from the business. So you can't go to and take the whole profit of the business. No, they will allocate a certain amount that you can take, even though you're the business owner. So it's very, very similar to being an employee. So you really have to decide if you want to take that difficult route of entrepreneurship, you really want, and what are you willing to give up for it? And you also, like, just as a piece of advice, if you're on the entrepreneurial journey right now, you've turned up because, you are struggling, it's hard out there, it's difficult to make sales, it's difficult to do business development, the economic dynamics have changed, it's more your product, then I also want to just finish with advice for you around just having healthy habits. Sleeping, food is essential while you're on this entrepreneurial journey. And I think the biggest entrepreneurial skill which people miss out on because they're focusing on the whole hard skills like marketing, like HR, like business development, like accounting, is EQ. And being able to influence people, being able to secure partnerships because you're a person of influence. Think about the most influential person in Nigeria and what makes them stand out, and try and copy some of those attributes. Because as an entrepreneur, one of your key skills has to be, you've got to be able to sell your business, you've got to be able to sell your brand, you've got to be able to sell to customers, you've got to be able to sell to employees, you've got to be able to sell to investors. So realizing that emotional intelligence, persuasion, and influences are skills, and you can become better and better at them, is really important. There's a quote that says you'll be hired on your technical skills and your IQ and your degrees, but fired because of your lack of emotional intelligence. And there's another one that says that IQ gets you in the room, but EQ keeps you there and supports your rise for an organization. And the third quote is, no one knows how much you know till they know how much you care. So really focusing on this skill of influence and persuasion and emotional intelligence to be able to convince people that you have a product that can be backed by investors, that can be bought by customers, and to your employees that they should be working for you, not for a big company like Zenith or Shell, is super important. So in summary, I've spoken a bit about personal development, skills acquisition, all of the things, goal setting, joining a mastermind group, having an accountability partner. I've spoken about financial management in terms of getting your CAC, paying your taxes, getting your accounts in order, getting your audited accounts, and preparing statements of accounts on a monthly basis for your business. If you're not doing that, then it's going to be very, very difficult for you to obtain any funding at all. I've spoken a bit about healthy habits because I know entrepreneurship now, economic environment, it's even tougher. But what I also know is that by 2100, Nigeria's population will surpass the population of China, making Nigeria the second most in the world. Then sometimes the present problems won't seem as bad. And then I spoke about the importance of emotional intelligence and viewing influence and persuasion skill. You've got to be able to sell your customers, you've got to be able to sell to your investors, and you've got to be able to sell to your employees. Thank you very much. I hope that was useful.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give Dr. Ola Brown the big round of applause. So, Dr. Brown, we're going to take a few questions before you go. Please don't go yet. Please keep her on the screen. Don't show me or anybody in this hall. We want her on the screen. We also have our next speaker here, who is now going to take that presentation to the next level. He is the Commissioner of Finance for Ekiti State. He has been commissioner for at least about 8 years in Ekiti, under 2 different governors. He's a money man. He was the MD of LSCTF, Lagos State Enterprise Trust Fund, which was granting money and loans to entrepreneurs in Lagos before moving to Ekiti. He is a real money man, Mr. Akin Oyebode. Please give me a big round of applause. So Akin is going to take Dr. Ola's presentation to the next level, practical for us, because he has been, and I don't know if LSCTF, are you guys a venture capitalist or angel investor or microfinance, a mix of everything and all of that. So it's a good, growth. Today is about money. How many of you want money? I need investment for my private business. So I've learned a lot about, even the differences between a venture capital, a private investor, an angel investor, and all of that. So we'll take a few questions from Dr. Ola. I already see a hand over there. So get clarity and from our presentation. And it was short, but it was straightforward. We learned a lot. What's your question, sir? Please, ushers, can you give him the mic?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ola, for the presentation. My question is, what specific aspects of a business attract you to invest in the business?
That's a very good question. What are specific aspects of a business attracts you to invest in that business? When you as an angel investor, your company LCAP gives funding, what do you look for when you're funding a business? What would make you be interested in funding my company? My company, or is it our company? Okay.
So, so venture capital actually focuses on technology businesses. So we like to fund businesses that have a different type of scalability to more traditional businesses. And I wrote an article, which I'll also share with you, Dio, which you can share with the attendees, about my friend that owns a textile factory. He makes jeans, and his revenue from doing that textile business was about $50 million, so about 70 billion naira roughly. And we looked at his valuation, so how the company was valued, and we found out that the valuation would be around 25 billion. So he was making 70 billion, but we could only value the company at 25. And he asked me that, wait, Flutterwave is also making that same 70 billion, but they've been valued at $1 billion, $1 billion, which is like 1 trillion naira. So how come myself and this technology company can be making exactly the same amount of money, but the value that investors are putting on us is different? Venture capitalists focus on technology businesses because technology businesses are scalable. In order for that man to make more jeans, at a certain level, he has to open a new factory. And also, every pair of jeans that he produces requires raw materials to come in from China. The difference with technology businesses is that what you're selling is intangible. To sell to 1 million more people, you don't necessarily need to build a new factory. Neither do you need to really bring in much in the way of raw materials. So these businesses are highly scalable. So at HealthCap, we're looking to fund these highly scalable technology businesses. And there's 3 things that we look at when we're looking to fund businesses. We look for the horse, we look for the jockey, and we look for what's outside in the market. So when I say the jockey, the person that is riding the horse, we look at the founder. What's the founder done? What kind of team has the founder built? What are the founder's qualifications to do this particular business? What are his areas of expertise? Then we look at the product. What kind of product is it? When we download the product, does it work? And how are the economics of the product? How many has he managed to sell? And at what type of price is he charging? And is that price sustainable? Then we look at the wider markets. According to our analysis, how many people are going to buy this product? product? What's our perspective on the market size? Is this just for the top people in society? Or can this be a mass market product that can get to $100 million in revenue? So for every single business that we're looking for highly scalable businesses in the venture capital industry. Obviously, angel investors are looking for something else, and they may invest in more traditional businesses. Private equity are looking for something else. The BOI, the banks, microfinance are looking for completely different things. Anybody that is giving debt is just telling you, return what I gave you with interest, but they're not so interested in making an exponential return like the venture capital and the private equity. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that was very fun. Please give her a big round of applause. So let me summarize your answer. First, they're looking for corporate governance. Am I correct? What is the structure of your leadership and your management? So I think Dr. Ola's first point was what they look for is your corporate governance. Who are the drivers, the people behind this? And I think yesterday we had a session on your leadership of your idea, your businesses. The second thing is the product itself. What is the idea? Now, I think I learned something from that as well. Someone who's producing jeans or traditional businesses, the level of scalability is different from fintechs and technology. And then, of course, the market size and all of that. I think where I also want you to help, each percentage of our participants, either online or in person, are also into agribusiness. What do you think that investors are looking for to fund in the agri sector? And what fundraising idea or advice would you have for someone in the agri business sector? Thank you.
So for people into agribusiness, there's two types. And one is more interesting to investors than the other right now. So if you're into cash crops for export, then investors are a lot less worried, especially foreign investors, about the effect of devaluation on your business. So if you're in the cash crop sector, then you're actually probably more able to raise foreign financing because you can raise in and you know that your income is in US dollars. And we're actually invested in an agri-business. We're invested in a dried mango and pineapple business called Real Fruits. They do packaged dry fruits and nuts. And that has a mixture of revenue. So they do sell within the Nigerian market, but they also sell in foreign markets. And because of that, a lot of the revenue is in US dollars. So it's a fantastic business. Female founder, she's grown it exponentially since she started. And it was actually funded by a mixture of firms. There's another lady in Kaduna called Mira, and her brand is called Tomato Juice, and she makes tomato paste. And again, that business was funded by private equity. And she has mainly local customers actually, but small export revenues as well. Now, if you're selling within Nigeria, there are a few companies private equity companies that have raised their funds in Naira. And they're more able to support companies that all of their revenues are in Naira. But if it's a small business that's just coming up, then some of the other options like angels, microfinance, if you need machinery, then BOI are also great options, as well as traditional bank loans. Bank loans can be tricky though, because they are those collateral requirements that can be difficult to meet. But then depending on the stage of your business, the private equity option could be an option. There are small SME type private equity companies. There are very, very few, but they do exist in Nigeria, which could also do smaller amounts, but you still need to be making, I would say, close to $1 billion or more, even before the small private equity firms could really due diligence the business. But if you're making less than that, then it would really be principally the BOI loans, the microfinance loans, the bank loans, and angel investors that either give you debts or take equity in the business.
Thank you so much. We'll take one last question. Okay, preferably a female, but anybody. Any other question for her? Okay, this lady here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adenike Ogumba. My question is, how do you assess international grants?
Yes.
Yeah,
So I think a question is, where's the money? Where does she go to access international grant? She's not asking for loan or private equity. She wants you to close up with the grants. Where does she go?
Absolutely.
You see,
The
they are
thing
capping.
about-
You want free money.
I think it's a wise way to fund your business, honestly. And there are so many grant websites with very laborious and long application processes for all of the grants. So I know that there's this I think it's called Grant Central. There are a few of them anyway. If you go on Google and search for business grants, there are a few of them. And they update their list of grants every month with different grant applications. So I would say, right, that you need to even be aiming to feel, I think the most popular one is opportunity desk. But you need, if you're going that grant route, then just put it in your mind that you're going to fill 30 applications or 40, 50 applications, because that grant, it's a volume game and it's also a skill game as well. You need to get quite skilled and read up on how to fill those grant applications, because there's a skill to filling those grant applications. There's some things that the funders want to see, and if they don't see, you can't get that grant. So I would say, first of all, look online to all the grants for African small businesses, the grant websites, and then take a volume approach. Just tell yourself, okay, this year I'm going to fill 50 of them. I'm going to fill them well. I'm going to research on filling of grant applications because they can be quite complex and quite cumbersome. But yeah, know that it's a volume game and don't be so disappointed if you don't get the grant on the first try.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ola Brown, please give her a big round of applause. Thank you very much. I think this is really wonderful. I'm sure that we would, beyond this, next step of this training will be to have some webinars, some executive session, and we hope that when we come to you, and we know, not that we hope, that when we come to you, you'll be more than happy to help. Thank you very much. Please give her a big round of applause. God bless you, sister. Enjoy yourself. Can we have this podium back up as I bring our next speaker, my brother, my friend, a financial guru. I'm not sure if that was where he started at Stanbic IBTC. Was that the start? But that was where, you know, we knew him a lot from. He did a lot of stuff in the private sector at Stanbic. They came to the public sector and has served in Lagos, and he was such an excellence in Lagos. Ekiti adopted him and, you know, extracted him back to their state. You know, when people get successful in Lagos, that's when all of the others say, Omawani, and they bring them back, you know. So, and we're happy that he flew all the way from Abuja this morning. Yesterday, when I spoke to him, said he's in Abuja. This morning I come and say, bros, I didn't wait for you. He came straight from the airport into here. And guess what? He has a flight back to Abuja this afternoon. From here, he's going back to the airport, back to Abuja, and he's come all the way to be able to share knowledge with all of you. And you are sitting down, you are not clapping as we welcome on the stage, Mr. Akin Oyebode, Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Ekiti State, and the former Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Enterprise Trust Fund. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if Dayo did this deliberately, but he's realized that, you know, Ekiti people are the smartest in the country. And so he has asked me to speak right after my Ekiti sister, Ola Brown. Don't be deceived by Brown. Brown is the name she adopted when we allowed David Brown to marry her. So thank you very much. You know, I'm going to speak very quickly about financial planning and management. And I don't like slides. I think I'll speak very clearly to you, and then I'll take any questions you have. You know, when you're talking about financial planning and management, and I like Ola's presentation, you know, about fundraising, raising capital for your business. When you are raising capital for your business, there's one critical thing that you need to think about. How much capital do I need for that business, right, to run till I can make sufficient revenues, where the revenues you now make will start to run that business? So how many people here have just started a business? Just to get a sense of the room, startups. Now, if you're a startup and you go and raise money from investors, and let's say every month you need ₦1 million to pay your salaries, right? To pay for your Amazon software, to pay for your office, etc. If you raise 10 million naira, right? In 10 months, if you don't make any revenues, what will happen? The business will either collapse, or you have to go back to those investors to say, I need more money. Now, that in itself, in finance terms, is called the runway that your business requires, right, before it starts to deliver on its promise. So when you're doing your financial projections, the most important element from a startup perspective is how much runway do I require? Do I need 24 months runway? You need to be very realistic with yourself. You know why? Business people are often very, very optimistic, right? Those of us who used to be on the other side are also very pessimistic. So a business person comes and says, you know what, if you give me this money in 4 months or 5 months, I would have broken even, I'd have started to make profits, blah, 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 this and that will happen. But in the real sense, 5 months could easily be 15 months. So when I used to do SME banking at Stanbic, one of the things I used to say to businesses that come to borrow is that, you know what I do as a rule of thumb? I'll double your expenses, I'll half your revenues, right? And let's see if that business can still return something that allows you pay your loan. Because in the real sense, what you do as an entrepreneur is that you tend to think you spend less than you actually will spend, and you tend to think that you will make much more than you actually will make. So the first thing in building your financial projections in financial management is to say, how much time do I need to make money? How much money do I need to start this business? So great example with agribusinesses, right? So you run a farm, you start a poultry farm, right? Imagine if you did a poultry farm a year ago. The price of feed in 12 months has trebled, right? So any projections that you had done then is already in water, is completely done. So it's always important for you to say, how do I stress test my projections? How do I ensure that I'm leaving room for the unknown or the unforeseen circumstances that will always happen in business? So I always again say, apart from saying how much runway do you need, one thing that's very important is to say upfront, this is how much I think I'm going to spend, right? But on the second page of that projection, to say, look, what if I end up spending 50% more? So that's your scenario 2. That if my costs go up by 50%, is this business still profitable? Then you go to a third scenario. If my costs go up by 50% and my revenues drop by 25%, is this business still profitable? It's only when you've done all of that analysis that you start to understand, first, do I have a business here, or do I have a wish or an idea? So that's number 1. I think number 2 is that people also under project how much capital is required for a business. And that I saw both as a lender at the Employment Trust Fund, but even as a venture capitalist, you know, in my personal capacity. Every day today, even though I'm Commissioner of Finance, I still meet businesses. I still meet people who say, hey, we want you to put some money in this business, you know, but more than the money that we want you to put in the business, we want to benefit from your skill or your experience or your knowledge. And that's something that I don't know if Ola caught it a lot in her presentation. The quality of the investors you get in your business is super critical to the success of the business. So if somebody comes to you today and says, you need 20 million, right? Here's 20 million, go. You know, business people, we're often very excited, aren't we? If you say you need money today and somebody says, here's the money, won't you be very happy? But you know where the problem lies? In 6 months, when that person comes to you and says, that money I gave to you, you said you were going to pay it back in 6 months, where is it? You now say, I don't have it yet. There's been one problem. You know, NAFDAC approval. We thought we would get it in December. But as you know, maybe in March of the next year, you haven't gotten the approval. You know, so we can't sell, we can't export. Or our first cargo, when we took it to the ports, it delayed there by 5 days. 50% of it went bad. These are things that happen in the early stage of businesses. But you know what's important? It's important to have an investor or investors that understand your business. You also need investors that have a track record in supporting people before they met you. Because it is, you know, money is important, but who you get that money from is actually more important. In many of these businesses, Ola mentioned 2 businesses I'm very well acquainted with. With a business called Real Fruit, for example, it's a mango, it's a fresh juice production business run by a fabulous lady called Affiong Williams. You know, I sat on the advisory board of that business until it formalized into a board of directors, where as a public servant, I couldn't hold a board seat, so I had to resign from what was an informal advisory board. But you know what that woman had on her board? I'll tell you a funny story. It's very funny. We're 3 advisory board members. And of 3 of us, 2 of us are now in government. I won't mention the second person because she's not here. But 2 of us are now in senior roles in government, you know, from supporting Real Fruit. So you can imagine if you have someone who is an advisor to a president and someone who's a commissioner of finance sitting on your advisory board, where every quarter, at no cost to you, they came, they sat down with you, they helped you analyze all your problems, all your challenges. You know, the business has no choice but to succeed. Now, what we could do for that lady was to provide our skill, our expertise, our time, our experience in helping her solve problems she faced every day. So now when that business has raised money from a private equity firm, I'm not surprised. And that's why the quality of investors you get when you start your business, they're so important. But something that's even more important to me is that we tend to always want to start businesses individually. So one man, one business. But what we don't realize is that you de-risk a business significantly when you have 2 or more people come together, right, to implement or execute a common idea. So when I was at LSCTF, the first thing I looked at was how many people are behind this business. So if it's one person, imagine Dayo comes today and says, Akin, you know, I want to start this business, fashion business. I've always enjoyed nice clothes. I want to sew, blah, blah, blah. And then tomorrow, he decides, oh, I want to run for office. I want to be governor of a state. What happens to the fashion business? It's all done. But if there were 4 or 5 co-founders, you will always find every now and again, one founder will have a different interest, right? He can go and do something else. The business still remains. So for me, there are certain critical attributes that we require when we're building our businesses. I know there are quite a number of agribusiness founders here. Agriculture is the most difficult sector to build in this country. And that's why for 50, 60, 70 years, we've cried and spoken about agribusinesses, but we've not really succeeded in scaling a lot of them up. It's because it's incredibly difficult. So when you're building your financial projections, when you're doing your financial management for an agri business, for example, there are some critical elements that as business owners you need to focus on. The first is in doing your risk assessment. What are the biggest risks involved in agriculture? And especially in primary agriculture, which is the hardest part, right? Because anything that is coming out of the ground, there's so many things that can affect it. So take rainfall as an example. If there's too little rain, is that not a risk? But if you're a rice farmer and there's too much rain, what is that as well? It's probably an even bigger risk than too little rain, because you can solve too little rain with irrigation. Too much rain is a natural disaster that you can't really solve on your own. So what do? When you start that farm, it will cost you some money. You have to get agric insurance, right? You have to invest. When you're saying, I want to raise money for an agriculture business, it's not just saying, my daddy has land, let me go and plant cassava there. You have to say, I need money to do soil tests. I need to know what kind of soil I'm going to plant on. I need to know what kind of fertilizer works best with this soil. What kind of inputs work best with this soil? I need to understand how much rainfall historically has come to this place. Is this a place that is prone to flooding or prone to erosion? All of those things are what will form part of your pre-incorporation costs. Before you even take a tractor to the farmland, those are things that you need to know, you need to plan for, you need to cost as part of doing that business. Because the people that are most successful at farming, you know, the thing is, the Yorubas will say, "Ishe kekere owo nla," right? Many people think that that connotes fraudulent activity, but it doesn't. It's really about saying, how do I deliver the most impact using the least resources? Think about 100, 200 years ago, why we had very few women in business or working. It was because they spent their time doing what? Washing clothes, cooking food, right? Taking care of kids, right? Doing many things manually. Do you know what the washing machine did to the work environment? The fact that you could put your clothes in the washer and forget about it meant that people didn't have to spend, one parent didn't have to spend 3 hours physically washing clothes. The fact that you have microwave today and freezer means that you can cook today, put the food somewhere, come tomorrow, put it 2 minutes, it's done, right? So this thing about maximizing impact is not laziness, it's being smart. Because nobody rewards the hardest worker, right? What is rewarded in business is the smartest worker. So when you want to start your business, you have to say, what are the things I need to know before I even start this business? And you have to put that in your business plan, in your financial projections, as part of the capital that you require when you go to an investor. So if you come to me as an investor today, and you say, I need money because I want to start this farm, I need to do soil tests, I need to get the historical weather numbers, right? I need to buy the right inputs. I need to mechanize this farm. So I need to rent this kind of tractor, not just any tractor. Because when you are clearing farms, there are some that the topsoil and all the nutrients, they will clear everything with it. So actually, when you get to start planting, you see that most of the nutrients on the soil is eroded. Now, when you come to me and you say, these are the things I need, because, you know, any money I lose, if you tell me I want 10,000 and I think that your business idea is rubbish, you know what I'll do? I'll tell you I only have 10,000 today. I'll give it to you and I'll say, don't disturb me again. But if somebody comes and says they want 2 million, but I look at their projections, I look at their business plan, it makes a lot of sense to me. I've seen that the person has done a lot of work in trying to understand how did people succeed in this business, right? It's a much easier thing to say, here's 2 million to someone than someone who is asking for 100,000 for the same business, but is completely ill-prepared. So I always say to people when they're doing their projections that the first thing with financial projections is you've got to be very clear about everything that is required to start that business. You know why? The best time to get money from an investor is the first time. It's the first time. Okay? If you come back 12 months later and you say, it looks like I need more money, you know, unless it's a foolish investor, the person is going to say, let me just sink that money. I've lost that one I gave to you, but I'm not going to chase bad money with more money. So that's the first thing with financial projections. Then let's go to even organizing your finances how do you manage your finances better? Are there any bankers in the room? Okay, I didn't invite any banks. Okay, Zenith Bank. Okay, they won't tell you that. You know, banks, because when you think about equity and debt, equity is more patient, able to take more risk. Debt is, I gave you a loan, pay me my money. I don't want to hear any story. Don't tell me about your problems. Your wife is sick. Good for you. Take her to a hospital. But pay me my money. Now, when you want to raise money and you want to show that you have track record, there's nothing more important than keeping proper financial records. And I tell people that financial records is not just every time. The first thing you do when you want to run a business is open a bank account. You don't have to put any money in it. Open a bank account. Today, CAC has significantly reduced the cost of registering an enterprise, right? Register a business name. Even if you are not ready to own a limited liability company, register a business name. Show the intent that you want to separate your personality from your business. That intention is very, very important. You know, in my earlier life, when I was in University of Lagos, I had a business. It was a pub, right? It was called Pub Culture. How many people went to Unilag here? This place, the convener is very partial. We'll adjust that in his next session. By the time I come here again, when I see how many people went to Unilag here, must be half the hall. They're always like that. Okay. So you know what the thing is? When I ran that business, it was you know how pubs are. You sell chicken, you sell drinks, you give them television, Abi? So we knew our best nights. Who can tell me the best nights for a pub in Nigeria? What night? Friday nights. Now, apart from Friday nights, what takes people again to pubs? What activity takes people to pubs? Football. So our best days were Friday nights, Saturday, the whole day, Sunday, the whole day, and then some special nights on Wednesday when Champions League is on. So we started to look at your numbers tell you a story. So every week, I'll go to this pub. Wednesday, full. Friday, full. Saturday, full. Sunday, full. Then Monday morning, when I'm doing the numbers with the manager, the numbers don't reflect the people in the pub. So, of course, I started to ask questions. Then the manager will say, Mr. A is owing. Mr. B is owing. Mr. C is owing. But I still smelled a rat. So you know what I did one day? I decided I was going to go to our drink supplier myself. So I went to our drink supplier and said, how much drinks do you sell to us? The guy said, we sell 20 crates, we sell this number of bottles. By the way, you are still owing us for 3 months. I said, okay. So you know what I did after that? The following day, in the morning at 7:30, I'd never done it before. At 7:30, I was in the pub waiting for the manager to land. So of course, manager came at 7:45 with his own drinks. Not our own, no. His own drinks that he had bought from our supplier and refused to pay. But you know how I was able to unravel that fraud? Because we were very, very clear about bookkeeping, about taking data, not just money coming in and going out, but activity. Because it's activity that drives income. So you have to ask yourself, when you are doing your financial records, it's not just how many people are buying from you. How many people are coming to your store or coming to your business? How much time are they spending there? How much money are we making per customer? How many people are we converting from a walk-in to a sale? Because when the business is struggling, the solution is not in doing more of the same thing. You're just going to be more frustrated. It's being able to step back to say, let me look at what the data is telling me. It's like politics. It's like running for an election. You will spend more of your time where there are more people to talk to. Otherwise, you and your opponent can spend 20 hours a day talking, but you are talking in the wrong places or to the wrong people. And it's the same thing in business. And that's why financial management, financial records, the lifeblood of any business. Because you can own a pub. And I'll go back to my pub culture story. The reason our pub was always full was one thing. Do you know what it was? The drinks were incredibly cold, and no matter the number of people at pub culture every day, the place, people never had to sweat. Because we had something that most bars in Lagos Island, in the Yaba area, then didn't have. We had an indoor space and an outdoor space. And when we realized that more people wanted to sit indoors than outdoors, from looking at the data, do you know what we did? The same Guinness and the same chicken that you're buying. If you sit inside, where we spend money using air conditioner, what do you do? You pay more. Abi? And once you start to pay more, you know what Nigerians like? You know everybody likes to be VIP. You will find out that that place inside, which was smaller, took more people, started having more people than the outside, which was cheaper. But you must have insights. You must say to yourself, come, I have 20 layers here. Why is this one laying 2 times the amount of eggs of the second one? Why isn't there consistency in my poultry farm? You must also be aware of local and global trends. So if you take, for example, the foreign exchange market, right? Or you take inflation, you mustn't react too late. And you mustn't react too quickly. So you have to ask yourself, what are people eating now? What are people likely to migrate to? You know, it's always the classic example of a cameraman with, who Kodak and Instagram, right? There was a critical point where Kodak was confined to the dustbin of irrelevance. Today, nobody has a camera again, apart from professional cameramen, right? Because our phones do that work 100%. Nobody prints, maybe my dad still does a few of that, prints the photos at a studio. But everybody keeps the photos on their phones and they post it on the various social media platforms now. But there was a critical period where that thing shifted. And as business people, we must understand those periods by always looking at the data. I always tell people, if you want to be successful in business, the most important thing is how much data do you collect? How well are you able to analyze it? Now, I'll talk about the last point, which is in terms of now managing your finances. You know, it's very difficult, especially when you start making money, to separate your money from company money. And I'm sure this is not your first, session or workshop, or master class that you've attended. So it's not your first time of hearing that separate your money from the business money. But it's very difficult for us to do, right? But do you know why it's very difficult? Because as part of our expenses, we don't have enough social protection. So I always tell business people, you can only run a business if you and your family are in good health. So the first thing you do is take protection against ill health. Because the truth of the matter is that I don't think is there anybody in this room who has never been unwell? There can't be. It's the nature of our bodies to break down every now and again. But the severity of that breakdown is what we cannot say. So the first thing as a business person is always ensure you have the right health insurance. It's very, very important. Because people don't just take money from their businesses because they are bad people. They take it because they have no other place to draw from other than their businesses. So protect yourself, health insurance. But also protect your businesses from any kind of disaster. Fire, theft, accidents. So I'm a big proponent of insurance products because insurance products do one thing for you. They provide you a cap on what we call downward mobility. In Yoruba terms, they call that thing ayipada olo. That you had once, I been get before. You don't have again. If you drive a car here today and they steal that car, God forbid it, right? You can't go back to your pastor to say that his prayers didn't work. You can't. You can't go to your imam to say, I just came back from Hajj, they stole my car. There's no correlation between the two. It can happen to anybody. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. But the one person you can go back to say my car was stolen. Even police, you go to them, they'll say right statement. Abi, do they give you another car? Yeah. The one place you can go to get either a new car or your money back is the insurance man or woman. So you must always insure your assets against fire, burglary, theft, etc. It is a cost of doing business. Because once you reduce the volatility in your life and in your business, then you can now say, okay, I'm going to pay myself a salary. I'll start by earning 50,000 naira a month. When this business grows to a certain level, at the end of the year, I'll take a dividend on the profits. You know, if you think about bank CEOs or bank MDs today, where do you think most of their money comes from? Do you think it's from their salaries? Yes or no? Huh? Where do you think it comes from? It comes at the end of the year when the bank has now declared a hefty profit, and those people now get dividend on their shareholding in that business. And that takes me to a point that we must also think about as we succeed and grow in business. The biggest Nigerian problem with managing a business sustainably over a long period is that we think that the most important attributes in your succession planning is what? Bloodline. We think that if we run this business successfully, the only person that can take over from us must be our partner or our children. But ask yourself, if you worked for a business for 20 years, how does it feel to you that one day one boy will just come back from Harvard or Yale, speak small phone, come with an MBA, and then it becomes MD over your head? So as a business person, one of the things that's also important in how you plan your business is that you leave some shares and you say, my employees, the people that are making this business make money, they have shares in the business. Now imagine that my manager in my bar, Pop Culture, imagine he had 10 or 20%, maybe that's too much, 10% of the business. You know, he won't see himself as an employee. He will see himself as a part owner. And perhaps he might not have gone to go and buy his own drinks or buy his own chicken to make barbecue in the same establishment. He would have seen it as, after all, I am enjoying and benefiting in whatever profits this business makes. And so that's a very important and critical part in building an enterprise, right? And building one with the right governance structure, the right management structure, you know, and ensuring that from a financial perspective, you do it with a level of discipline. Now, because I have to leave soon, I'll close very quickly and take questions. At the end of the day, when you run a business and you want to run it in a prudent, responsible way, you're trying to do it for 3 reasons. You have really 4 sets of stakeholders. The first is, of course, the owners of the business, those who put money behind the business to start and to run. The second are your customers, those whom you serve every day, who are your real bosses, because if you don't serve them properly, they will go back to another business. The third is your community, because you cannot exist as a business outside the community where the business is built. If the community suffers, so will your business. But it will be negligent of me not to mention the fourth and my own area of interest, which is the government. So my final advice to you is that when you run your successful businesses and you start to make money, it is only important that you pay your taxes as at when due. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take questions now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help that clap for all those lessons. Thank you very much. I took a lot of note as well myself. And I will start from your last point, the importance of community and where the business is built. If you could be a bit more practical for, like, a lady here who bakes cake, or someone here who makes beats and stuff, the role of the community in that, how that applies to them if it does. I'm also grateful, talked about insurance, which is very key. I think I'm going to take that away. I love how it gives a cap on downward mobility, as I said. May we not have any downward mobility in Jesus' name, but we still, you know, should take advice from that. I love the fact that you talk about what is data telling me. Financial record as the lifeblood of any business, bookkeeping, separate your business from your personal life, and all of that. So any questions? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. I have a question. And my question is that my name is Leko Biliaminoba. My question is, how do you handle business transactions with families professionally, with your family professionally? And that's one. And while you were talking about finances, I have a question. One thing came to my mind, especially because I'm an Ijebu boy. You know, most times they refer to Ijebu people as Oshomalo, that we are stingy. So I want you to please, how do you draw lines before becoming a stingy person while you're doing your business transactions? Thank you.
So I'll take Honorable Dio's question, comments, and yours first, and I'll take others. So I think in terms of community, how you build a community. So if you're a baker, for example, right, it's part of it is saying, look, I live in this area. I work in this place. My bakery is here. I'm sure there's a school nearby or a hospital, you know, or an orphanage, right? Somebody in need of support. It's important to say, I will set aside a bit of what I make to do some of these things free of any charge. Now, it will come back to you, because if you were to go to an orphanage or a hospital and you donate a cake to that hospital to cheer up, you know, patients in the hospital, people will take note of it, that somebody did this great thing of their own volition. Now, somebody who was there tomorrow might want to bake a cake for their child's birthday. They'll remember you. Your cake might not even be the sweetest, right? That's the truth. But they'll remember you as being the most socially responsible person in that area. Sometimes it's as simple as saying, this environment is untidy. I will take my workers today and we'll go around the streets and clean the environment. And that's our own contribution. Maybe you don't have money to invest, but you have time, right? Because you see, why that thing is so important is that, and I'll give you an example. When I worked at FCMB, in Tinubu on 17 Tinubu Street, Primrose Tower. One day I was leaving the office and I was walking, right? Or I was in traffic or something, and someone pulled a gun to me and said, give me your phone. So I gave the guy my phone diligently. Is it only the phone you want? Do you want my tie? Said, no, just the phone. And he went on his way. So luckily, I got down from the car. I don't know what just pushed me. And I signaled to my security guards, the office security guard, that someone just took my phone. Those guys even listened to me. So I went back, I said, they just stole my phone around here. They said, where exactly? I told them, I said, just around these tantalizers. They said, okay, no problem. Just wait 1 hour, we'll bring your phone back. Now, the phone came back with the person that took it with an apology. You know why? You see that Tinubu area, FCMB was they had been there since 1982. The apology was that, Oga, we don't know, say na FCMB you dey. That was the apology. That look, because the institution had been a part and parcel of that community. So everybody that worked for the bank had like insurance against any bad behavior. And that's the truth about just supporting your community. Sometimes it's cleaning the place, right? Sometimes it's extending your electricity to a security post, because you'll benefit from it in future, right? Again, the point is that you cannot exist outside a community that is struggling. So that's the general point around that. To your point, I think two things. One with family is that And that's why it's important to separate your business from your person, right? Because if they are commingling, if the two of them are one, if you don't know which one is your money, which one is company money, there is always a problem to solve. But you know what the issue is? By the time you start solving these problems repeatedly, after a while, you will now be a problem looking for a solution. That's the reality. So you must have that discipline to say, this is my money. And of my money, I can only give this amount a month away. Look, I'm a politician. What do you think happens to me every day? I get phone calls and WhatsApp messages from 5 a.m. to 4 in the morning, 24 hours. People always asking for money. I'm not just a politician, I'm finance commissioner of a state. So you know what they think? They think I walk around with the state treasury in my pockets. But you know what? I have to tell people, I say every month, oh, this is how much I can give for any. So if you meet me on the 15th and I've utilized the money for that month, I'm sorry. You will come back next month. Because I can't go home to my wife and say, I can't pay the children's school fees because I've given all my money to charity. No, but it requires discipline, right? So it's not about being stingy, you know, it's about being disciplined. There's a very big difference between being stingy and being disciplined. You've got to have the discipline to say, this is what I can afford to spend at any given time, right? Because, you know, in life, what you don't want is variability. You don't want to be too or too little, right? You've got to have a balance with everything. You know, and that balance is by saying, this is what I can afford. I'm not going to dip into my company's resources to solve a problem for you. Because that in itself is a problem. It's poor governance. Because if you can take money from your company to solve a problem, then somebody else can take money from the company to solve his own personal needs. Who defines what is a problem? His own problem might be, I need a new car. Your own problem might be someone is sick in hospital. It's a subjective situation, but they can both be called problems. So you have to set the line, right? And that's why I always say that, you know, family is everything, right? And in fact, when you're starting a business, they say you should go and get money from family, friends, and we won't talk about the third F, right? But it's also important that you draw the line on how much domestic expenses you are putting on your business. And you have to do it at the beginning. You can't start a certain way, and then 3 years later, when you are more successful, you now stop doing it. You know what they'll tell you? They'll tell you that, when you didn't have money, you were not like this. So start as you mean to continue. When you didn't have so much, you draw the line, because when you now seemingly have much more, that line is still in place. I'll tell you a funny story about family. I have a very, very successful uncle, very successful. And so I was turning 21, and my cousin was turning 19 at the time. Or was he 18? Maybe I was turning 18 and he was turning 16. So I went to that my uncle and I said, you know, in fact, we drove to his house, right? And we parked outside his house because I said, don't let us drive into his house. You say these boys are already driving car. So we parked outside and walked in and said, uncle, you know, I'm about to be 18, an adult. I want to have a party to show that I've now come of age, you know. And then my cousin said, I'm 16, so I want to also have a party with my big uncle. So my uncle looked at us, nodded, said, okay, 18, party, okay. So he said, where did you people come from? I said, I just came from Unilag, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. So he said in Yoruba, Unilag. So I looked at it and I said, this thing is not going as planned. I don't know how much he gave us then. This is many years ago. Maybe 1,000 or 500 or something. He said, you know, take this money, call a taxi, go back to Unilag. That's at this young age, you have not done anything. You have no achievements. You have not even finished the degree that they sent you to go and do, and you want to start having parties. Please go away. You know, I learned a very important lesson from my uncle that day. And I learned that lesson that's why he's very successful, right? Because he focused on the things that were important. That's one. Two is that no matter how successful his business has become, his expenses have not significantly gone up, right? He still lives within his means. You will not see him living in some massive, expansive house where if money doesn't come in regularly, he can't maintain, right? He will make smart business decisions as if he lives somewhere. Maybe you live on the penthouse. Other people will live under. It's their rent that is maintaining the entire house, including his own house. You know, Those are the decisions that people that have real wealth do. You know why they do that? It's the power of compounding. And that's why I'll close. The power of compounding. You see, if you walk 1 kilometer every day, the benefits are not linear. They compound, right? So you can get to, when you want to lose weight, you don't go to the gym one day, eat well one day, not eat well the second day. You do it for 1 year, you'll see the results. You do it for 1 year, you see the result. That's how I'll end that conversation. Thank you very much.
Can we take two more? You're allowed. Okay. Where? I hear somebody has the mic already. Where?
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Akin. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Akin Labi Hassan. I'm a development communication specialist.
Okay, I'll go to the question.
I'm trying. That's where the question is actually.
Okay.
So, and I have some. I'm a jack of some other trades. I'm into farming and also solar installations and solar design. So, in my farming business, I want to make it very practical. I'm into dry fish, dry and smoked catfish, basically, and recently there was a surge in pricing, and I would state 3 specific areas that are challenges, where the catfish price per kg currently went to about 50%. Charcoal went to about 25% increase, and the third challenge I had was that demand went down. So going by this, it was very difficult for me to even take advantage of pricing opportunity that was taking place. So, and I also noticed that I did a deeper dive, and I realized that I think my customer segment is a bit limited. So I'm looking at, okay, how do I expand that? So that is even by the way. But my challenge here is, when we're talking about the cost and revenue streams, I realized that normally I do my pricing based on cost basis, like, okay, what am I buying and what am I? So that is how I do my pricing. But unfortunately, I can't go the route of increasing my price because of the way people buy catfish in Nigeria. For instance, I package my catfish in Ziploc bags because I even wanted to go more environment friendly by using paper bags, but I realized that that's more expensive, but that is a story for another day. So I decided to say, let me use Ziploc bags that people can reuse. And I got feedback from that. People were reusing those bags. So the challenge I had was that some of my customers would say, how many fishes do you have in that Ziploc? For instance, if I'm doing a 1 kg fish, that goes for 12,000 naira, I would count about 18 pieces. So, but I realized that I have to reduce the number of pieces in that bag. So my challenge now, from a financial analyst advice, how do I solve the problem of getting my running capital to be able to let me go back into production, because I have stopped production currently for now. So in my head, how do I go back into production considering the costs and revenue streams that I want to drive? Thank you very much.
3 together, because I'm sure a lot of people have questions for you. This is interesting. Okay, we'll take one more there. And then where are the ladies? So let me give you our data. When we got registration for this program, virtual registration on the platform was about 4,800. And guess what? 75% were men. I think the women are putting our men under pressure a lot now. Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you. And thank God what the youth leader just said. Now that's where I'm trying to put my question. And my question has to do with where our speaker actually talked about the issue of partnership and the likes, not being a one-man business as the definition usually goes. And the question here is, although I've been having these issues and having discussion with other people, and they've been giving me kind of different opinions. Some said yes, some said no. And that is the issue of being a partner with your spouse. What will be your talk? So this is my talk. Thank you.
Oh, on this round, okay, this gentleman here. Then I'll come to you finally.
Thank you so much, very sir. So I have a growing concern. So let me just be direct. Now, this is the first time a speaker talks more about poultry farming, which is where I want to focus now. I was into fish farming some time ago. Now, what innovative marketing strategies can small-scale startup poultry farmers, like I myself, use to compete with large-scale producers and attract loyal customer base? In the sense that when we talk about sustenance, Now, I know that for my poultry farm, there are some people that I need to partner with, like my residents, local communities, small retailers, and maybe other eateries and supermarkets. Now, this is my question. Let's say I have 100 beds in my farm. When I supply these people, they ask maybe in the next time, like the next day, do you have more beds? And you know, I don't have such finance to produce that large capacity. What advice can you give, sir?
Final was that guy. There was a guy on that side. Oh, no, I think it's him. No,
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, there. That was him, yeah.
Okay.
Final.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Araba Olawale Elifenilanfe. Quick one. Talking about being an hardest worker, like hardest worker and then the smartest worker. How do we manage the risk in terms of being smart, in working? How do we manage the risk? Because you actually you cited an example from the kitchen aspect and all that. But how do we manage, such kind of risk in terms of being an entrepreneur? Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, I'll take the 4 questions. First, man, catfish business. The thing is that the tide changes very quickly, but it's also how well you document that experience and how well you can tell your story to raise more capital. Why I say this is that at the heart of every business, scale helps you to drive costs down. So when you are doing this as a retailer, right, you are carrying costs that bigger entities cannot carry. And so they can take in higher cost levels better than you, right? So if you went to an LSCTF, for example, and said to them, guys, I've been doing this business for 3 years. This is how much I've consistently made, right? This is why I need to scale this business significantly, because my coal costs are going against me. My catfish cost is going against me. And so I can't produce, right, at the levels the current market is. Forget your packaging. That packaging is a small cost in my eye, right? Your major cost, the fish itself and what you use to smoke it, right? And charcoal. Now, if you buy a lot more charcoal, you start to move from being a price taker to a price setter, right? But to do that, you need capital. So when I hear you speak, what I hear is that my business needs significantly more capital to succeed. That's the reality. If you have, and maybe when I'm leaving, I'll chat with you a bit more. If you have 1 or 2, if you have records properly kept, it's easy to then go and explain to a funder that this is why I need additional money. However, in the medium to long term, you're facing a different problem, right? Which is as lenders and financiers become more ESG compliant, you are going to have to look for other fuel sources than coal, right, to smoke your fish, right? So that's something that is a risk, is a clear and present risk that you face, right? Because many banks are going to say, this does not support the environment, etc. So as you are using Ziploc, also start to think about what's more sustainable, smoking mechanism can I use. But I'd like to chat with you a bit more. And I'll just go in. So to your point around, look, there's risk inherent in everything, right? But the thing is about controls, right? And those controls are fairly simple, right? So when you say to people, for example, going to work is very expensive. So you have 5 workmen. You say, let's do 3 days a week, 2 days work from home, right? That's why you look at the data. The data tells you, are my employees more productive with this 3-day at work, 2-day at home situation? Or do I have to bring them into the office to work from here? Your data tells you that. I can tell you for free, for example, I work more when I'm outside of the office. That is me as a person. Now, it's not for everybody, but you can start to customize that thing as you see what the response is. So it's always the signal and the noise, right? There's a lot of noise that blurs our vision. You've got to always go back to your data and say, I've taken this decision to create some efficiency in my business, right? What are the leading indicators of that efficiency? It's like it's like heavy clouds and rainfall, right? If you start to look for an umbrella when the rain has started falling, you'll be beaten by the rain, right? If you look for the umbrella when the clouds are heavy, right, you protect yourself. That's my answer to you. Somebody asked me a question about doing business with their spouse. You know, my brother, I don't want to carry liability for spousal confrontation. But I'll tell you what, the only thing I'll say to you is that we're asking the question the wrong way, right? Because the way you're asking the question is saying, should I do business with my spouse? No. The question is, should I do business with a competent business partner? Now, I can't answer that question for you, whether your spouse is competent in that line of business or not, right? That's a question that everybody has to answer themselves. But the point is not that I'm doing business with my wife. It's that I have a co-founder who adds significant value to the business. It's not that I'm doing a business with my husband. That the person is your husband or your wife does not make them qualified to be your business partner, right? But if they have the attributes that the business requires that complement your attributes as a founder, it doesn't matter. It's a benefit. It's a convenience that they're your partner, right? So that's the point. It's also about like giving your business to your first son. Whether or not he's interested in the business, you don't know. But you think you are my son, you must run my business. It doesn't make sense. You give the business, you hand over or you partner with someone who is competent enough, right? And if your partner is competent enough, so be it. And if your partner is not, the answer is obvious. There was one more question I forgot. Poultry. What was your question again? You were saying, okay, market strategy. So look, you know, the thing about poultry is that there are various layers of poultry farming, right? So you can either be selling day-old chicks, you can decide I want to sell eggs, you can decide I want to sell, you know, full chicken, etc. There are different areas. You see, the thing about as you scale that business, so you start, of course, with your immediate environment, right? Now, one of the things that is also helpful is that for marketing and innovation, is that you start to think about thought leadership, right? People actually don't know the benefit of protein consumption. So if you want to sell chicken, you want to sell eggs, what do? You create the market by saying, come, these are some articles, some things around how to feed your children with healthy stuff. This is the impact of the feed or what your children take and etc. on their ability to learn, right? So think about milk. You tell people, look, if you drink more fresh milk, it helps the children develop their brains better, right? They are healthier, they're able to absorb things, cognitive ability is better. When you start to write those things and say those things, it will be a convenient thing that come on the side. I also have the solution to your problem, right? So it's about saying to people, this is the protein levels your children should take, right? And poultry provides you a relatively cheap option of delivering on those nutrition values. So my innovation to you would be start the conversation from nutrition, not just come and buy egg, come and buy chicken, because the question is why? Why should I spend more buying chicken when I can buy something much cheaper, right? So when you start the question from nutrition, people are emotive. They spend a lot on their children. They want their children to outperform them. They want them to have the best chance of success, right? So that's how I would build the conversation if I was in your line of business. Thank you very much.
Before we let you come down, there's a question that says, how do we establish the electoral sectoral working group with the Ekiti State Ministry of Finance to benefit from the investment intervention for women farmers in Ekiti State, sequel to conference in Ekiti in February 2024, revamping moribund farm settlement in Ekiti State, sub-team, the vital role of women farmers in smart agriculture. It was resolved to establish a sectoral working group in collaboration with Agro Women Ekiti State chapter.
That's fairly straightforward. There are two things there. I like Ekiti specific questions. I can go on and on about it. Two things. One is that yesterday we launched a micro lending or an MSME financing program where women who do all sorts of businesses, including farming, can borrow at 10% per annum, up to 2.5 million naira in the first instance. And that is exclusively for women, recognizing that women have been an underserved community around entrepreneurship. But also, our Ministry of Agriculture is very, very specific that in all the farm settlements and in all the tractorization programs, input support programs, smart farming programs, there is a minimum 30% carve out for women in agriculture. right? So again, that is almost like affirmative action, right? But the problem with that carve out is, and we're continuing to do more communication, working more with our Ministry of Social Development, Women Affairs and Social Development, to get more women into agribusiness, right? And if you look at some of what, the interesting thing is that there are not enough women in primary agriculture, in Ekiti Agri, but the biggest agribusinesses in Ekiti State are run by women, right? And so we're doing something now with a company called YSJ. Some of you might know YSJ Farms. Now, YSJ is doing something in Ekiti to help about 2,000 young people to develop their own cluster farming models. And the founder of YSJ is a woman. So who better to advocate for more women in farming than doing the thing with a female-led business? Thank you very much. I need to run, otherwise I might need to get on the night bus.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I think we have all learned powerfully from my brother and friend, Mr. Akinwebode. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Safe flight back to Abuja. Thank you very much. Is that how you are going to clap? Somebody came on first flight, leaving now just because of you. You go pay the flight ticket. Haven't we learned a lot this morning? The tempo is going higher because we're now going to go into some critical elements in financial basic. We're going to be talking about profits and loss, cash flows, how to really arrange your finances. What we have learned this morning, we're going to go practical on it. It's going to be wonderful. I know Small Chop is already moving around. When they are ready, they will serve your lunch as well. Your lunch is already here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this function, I want to hand over to the woman in charge of the tech. Rufai is the political guy. Me, I'm the senior political guy. And then Unjoara is the facilitators guy.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for that powerful session. We have been sitting down since. Can I implore us to stand up? Just stand up, stretch a little. We did an exercise in the morning where we asked people to connect with at least 10 persons. 10 persons. This is also a networking ground. When we're looking through the pitch deck, I saw a lot of businesses that could leverage on each other to succeed. So I'm going to give us another 3 minutes. Just move around, connect with new entrepreneurs, get at least, connect with 5 new entrepreneurs, follow 5 new people on Instagram, TikTok, whatever it is that you want to follow them on. Leave your table, go connect with people. People that were here early, they already have 10 new contacts. We are over 300 here. At the end of the day, I expect that you have 300 new followers on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, on WhatsApp, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, wherever it is that you do your business on. I've been seeing one guy that has been talking to one girl since morning. Leave the girl. Talk to your fellow men. How many of you have 2 already? Don't write it on your notepad. If you write it, they're not going to follow you back. If you write it, they won't follow you back. Bring out your phones, send them your handle, follow them, let them follow you back. Between now and tomorrow, everyone in this hall must be following each other. Do you have up to 5? Those of you that your business is on social media, I expect that you should. I'm coming. Mr. Shegun, can we have the display for the talk office? We have 2 more minutes to do this. Make it snappy. This is not the time for a long talk. Connect on social media, leave them a DM, and you guys can get talking. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? You need to resume sitting because I'm about to give you the gift I promised you earlier. Are you ready? So oftentimes, a lot of what we have talked about today has centered around knowing what to do, getting inspired, getting empowered, doing all of that. But there's a key fundamental that we have not really focused on, and that is accountability. And for you to be accountable, you must create an environment that supports your goals. But before you even create an environment that supports your goals, you must have a goal. So from the stable of the Talk Office, we have a workbook that helps you set SMART goals. It is called the Talk Office Accelerate 2024 workbook. And I want to give 10 free copies. Are you all ready? Are you listening? You want to, oh, you are ready. You want to get the first copy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to do this in just 5 minutes because the next speaker has somewhere to be. So all you need to do to be the first person or the first people to get this is to scan the barcode there. That's my Instagram barcode. Scan it. Once you scan it, follow me and send me. Go to my DM and leave your email address. The first 10 people to do this will get a free copy. Scan the barcode, go to my DM, leave your email address. Like I said, for you to be able to then come up with a plan, you have to first have a plan. So this workbook helps you to put together your plan in such a way that it is accessible and easy to follow through. Scan the barcode. Should I increase it to 20? No, please. Scan the barcode. That's the barcode there, the Talk Office barcode. Go to the DM and send your email address. DM, don't send me an email. Are you ready? The first 10 people will get a free workbook. All right, it's okay. We're not doing it again. Media. Follow me and then send a DM. Oh, it's gone. Don't worry, don't worry. Another thing will come up. Another thing will come up. All right, let's resume sitting. I believe this has helped us to stretch our legs. Let's resume sitting, ladies and gentlemen. Please let us resume sitting. All right. Can we give ourselves a conference clap? Can we give ourselves a conference clap? People in the middle, they're close to the camera. Let's resume sitting. There will be another time for us to connect again. I'm seeing people that are wearing white are always the last to sit down. Why? People wearing white t-shirts, go and sit down. Especially the person wearing white t-shirt and white cap. Sit down, ma. Gentlemen at the end, let's sit down, please. Thank you. We'll have another session to reconnect. The goal is that at the end of today, you must be following each other. That's the bottom line. I don't know how you're going to do it, but we are going to achieve it. Our next speaker, who is going to be talking on key financial forecasts. He's going to be speaking around sales, revenue, profit and loss, and cash flow. Everything that we have been talking about since, but he is going to be very practical in his approach. The gentleman on the custard kaftan, please sit down. The lady on that blue dress, please sit down. We will have other time to connect. Our facilitator is here and ready. Let's accord him that respect. The gentleman on the pink shirt, please sit down. Please let us resume seating. To take us on this business forecasting is Mr. Segun Aremu. His profile is really long. I'm just going to skip a lot of it, but fundamentally, he is Segun Aremu, holds a BSc in banking and finance, a second-class upper division from Covenant University, and has an MBA from Obafemi Awolowo University. Clap very well if you want to clap. I have skipped a lot of things, but I want to go to the very last paragraph where he said he's the founder of Peculiar Innovative Consulting Services Nigeria Limited, an investment management consulting and training company based in Lagos here. Please put your hands together as we make welcome Mr. Segun Aremu for his... Clap if you want to clap. If you don't want to clap, don't clap.
Good afternoon, everybody. How have we been? Are we cold? All right. Clap for yourselves, please. Clap for yourselves. You guys have been here for the past few days, and then thank you, Inju. I want to also appreciate, let me start with the protocol quickly before I start my session. I want to appreciate Honorable Dayo Israel for this privilege and for this work he's doing. It takes a lot of heart to do this, and I really commend him. I also appreciate SECA Africa team led by Sam Obafemi, on whose referral I'm here. I also came with one of my assistant, Tosin Olani as well. Where is she? Tosin. Okay, thank you very much for coming and for joining me in this, and also recognize those who have spoken ahead of me. All right, let's start. By 2050, boys would have become men. Girls would have become women. Ideas would have become industries. But you see, seeds not sown today will not become harvest. Where am I going to? From research that has been proven and said that if 10 people start 10 businesses today, after 10 years, it is shown that only one may still be existing. You know, it's difficult to come to speak after you have heard so many people speak in such great forms. And the reason why many people fail in their businesses, SMEs and all, is because men don't have a grip of their financial life. And that is why this session comes handy and practical to you, so that you can have a hold and a grip of your financial life. Please say this with me. I can say this. I am adaptable. I am innovative. I am growth-oriented. I am resourceful. I'm an entrepreneur. Clap for yourself, please. I need 5 people. Practical sessions, please. Just follow us with this session. No, let's have it. Should they come up? Come. Let's have it on top so that we can. Five, we have more than 5 already. All right. Just line up for me. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's fine. Come, don't worry, sir. Come. Okay, so these guys have businesses. So I'll ask them, what do you do quickly?
I'm a shoemaker.
Shoemaker.
Farmer. Spice formulator and bee farmer.
Marriage therapy. I'm a travel nurse and fish farming.
I'm a travel counselor.
All right. We have all heard that they're into these businesses. So we're asking them a question. I'm asking you guys the questions right now. So it's a yes or a no answer. All right. Don't worry, don't be scared. It's no exam. It's practical. Please, next slide, please, so we can just pick up from there. Number 1 question. Do you know how much you made last month?
No.
No. 450.
50,000. 570,000.
Yes.
All right. Some of them don't know how much they made. Some know how much they made precisely. Some have said yes. All right. As at last month, do you know how many customers you have?
7.
No, yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
All right. They know how many customers they have. We're getting somewhere. All right. I want to ask you, do you know how much you spent last month for your business? Yes or no? Precise amount.
Yeah.
Just yes or no?
Yes.
No. Yes.
No. No.
Partially.
We are going somewhere. It's a practical session. Because if you don't understand these things, you will do your business and you keep wondering why you keep failing. And as somebody said, if you fail to plan, you do what? Please, next slide. I'm coming. Please don't go. You are my example. You have my example for today. My specimen. All right. All right. So see what I said here. First one, I said, do you know that money in your hands must do what? Must meet a plan in your head. If you don't have a plan in your head, money will not last in your hands. For some of you, the money that will come to you, don't have to even manage. Money yet. Next 2 years. And I'm asking you, what value are you really creating? So I want to ask a question again. You're tired already? It's a podcast session, don't worry. Just calm down. All right. From your business, how many income lines do you have? Do you have more than 1 income line? And if yes, how many do you have?
More than 1.
How many?
2.
I have more than 5. I have 4.
Just 2. Just 2.
I have 4.
So they have more than 1 income lines, right? So again, another question again. Are all these income lines giving you profit? Are they bringing in revenue for you? Yes or no?
Sometimes.
No. It's all of them. No, sometimes not all of them is giving you money. It's no. Okay.
No.
All right, let me first my question. Do you know how much each income line brought to you last month? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Yes.
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 Clap for them, please. Go and sit down. Thank you. Clap for them. Money will always flow towards value what? Creation and value what? Addition. Next slide, please. And this is the reason why we now need the thing called accounting. Accounting is not because I came here with just basics today, not anything complex, so that all of us can relate at our levels. Why do we now need accounting? Because number one, people needed to record what they do. You don't have a fact of what you do. Many times, people say they want people to come and invest, but they are not investment ready because they don't have what? Records. Number two, why do people need accounting? Because they want to know whether they are okay financially or not. Some people want to know how much they own or how much they are owed. In other words, it evolves as a means of enabling business to keep track of past events and provide useful information for future decision making. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. And this is why, as an SME, you have to learn the art of managing well to grow big. You don't go big to manage well. So from wherever you are, you can begin from somewhere and go into something that is bigger than what you can ever think. All right. Why do we need accounting? Number one, it helps us to know whether you are making profit or what? Or what? Or loss. And to make loss not a sin. Please, not a what? Not a sin. Then people also do this because they want to know how much their blessing is worth. Is worth. So if I ask you right now, write a figure on your paper, those who have businesses, how much is your business worth? Have you ever imagined a girl carrying orange and you're asking myself, and I'm asking myself that, and I'm asking that, I want to buy this old orange, how much is it? Everything on your tray. So if I ask you right now, how much is your business worth? You have an idea of it. Again, you are looking at what transaction it was worth to them. How much cash do you have? How wealthy are you? This is why people do accounting. How much people are owing you? You want to know how much you owe somebody else. You want to know, you want to have enough information to keep a financial check on the things that you do. But the major aim of accounting is to do what? To provide what? Information for what? For decision making. That's why you need records, so that you can decide appropriately things that will help your business. Next slide. All right. Now we have to write. See, this is an example of creating a basic budget for yourself and for your business. Very, very basic. And now, please, on your papers, you have to write this down, very importantly. So number one, you're looking at your total revenue, right? You have the first lines there, looking at how much, this is your SME, something SME limited, per month. You have to bring them down monthly, number one. Then this year to date. So how much have you made year to date? When you had these figures together to give that total figure as year to date. So on this SME limited, you have several income lines that bring revenue to you. So in that place, you have total revenue. That's when you add all your income from every income line that you have. Please note down this model. This is very simple for anybody to accommodate. Then next, what do you now do? You have your expense. You have things like staff costs, salary, HMO, pension allowance. You have like rent, OPEX, like fuel, transportation, and all the likes, and other expenses as well. Then you now have what they call total expense. With this, just do revenue minus total expense will give you your PBT. PBT means profit before tax. Then you now have something special below here. 2024 budget PBT. This means that when I started the year, how much did I aim to make every year, every month? So this PBT, this budget PBT was already there before we started the year, in the beginning of the year, already fixed already. That how much do I begin the year with? Some of you begin your year without a plan, and you own a business. Again, if money does not meet a plan in your head, it will not last in your hands. So now, when you have done this, you have done just your budget PBT, and you start fixing in figures for yourself, you will be able to know how much have you achieved today, this month, by calculating this PBT divided by this your budget times 100%. We'll help you to know how far you have gone. Please note this very well, because you have an assignment I'm giving you before I leave here. Yes, an assignment I'm going to do. Thank you. And that is why you have to create what they call a financial dashboard. Financial what? Dashboard. What will somebody see and say that I want to invest in your company? That is why the revenue, your cost, and your PBT is important. Because this thing talks about your financial world dashboard. Please, next slide, please. Very importantly, and again, I must tell you, as you grow your income lines, it's because you can grow value. Money will always flow towards value creation or value addition. Very key. Your financial dashboard. This is how you monitor and manage your financial health. And it can be visual or written. Now, I put visual because some want to use laptop to do a PowerPoint, do slides and all. Some don't even have laptop to do in their business. Some don't have computer, but we can write it down. You can do what? Write it down. Oh, I ask you, okay, I need 5 people going to come out. 5 new people to come out. Let's do it on that test. Or my old people can come out. Those who I had before. Okay, come. Don't worry, you can come. New people can come. Let's do on that test. All right. Thank you. All right. Yes, you're here before. Please can come, don't worry. All right. Let me start questions again. Now, looking at your financial health, do you think your business can survive the next 5 years? With where it is right now, what do you think?
100%.
No. Yes.
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 All right. So what are the things that you think makes your business to work? Mention like 2 things that make your business to work.
1, because it's a skillful work. Secondly, because I will start learning. I'll be learning more.
Okay, I picked the first one. The second one, okay.
Okay. Basically, I get my payment upfront most of the time. So most of the time, before my mobilization is 80% before I move to site. So yeah.
Perfect. The carpenter, thank you.
Yes, because my business is a continuous business in society, 1. Then 2, I received income than expenditure.
Awesome. Thank you.
I provide shelter and express luxury.
All right.
My business is more about easing discomfort and enabling comfort, whereby you can have all the services you want at your home. Treatment provided by the hospital can be given at you at home at your convenience.
All right, thank you.
Because everybody wants to smell nice, and I'm into perfume production, and I collect my money before I render the service.
All right, clap for them, please. Just wait there. See, no matter how hard the economy is, right? If you can know how to create enough value, money will flow to you. But much more than money flowing to you is your ability to maintain a financial dashboard by keeping proper records for your finances. And they have already said, oh, I am doing this, I am doing that, I am doing this. If life happens to them in terms of business, how would they have coped? Is there a buffer for them? Now, please just wait there. Why do we have a financial dashboard? Number one, it helps to provide real-time what? Financial what? Monitoring. Number two, it does what? It improves what? Your decision making. Number three, they have financial control. Number four, it helps to track your goals. Number five, stakeholder communication. And this is very powerful tool for you. What can you look at and say, my business is growing or dying? What can you show me that in 5 minutes, or why 5 minutes, 1 minute, my business is actually strong? Next slide. Now, guys, when you are dealing with businesses, so people will need your financial records. Now, we have been hearing about investors needing your financial record, investors, and communities. But believe me, guys, you have more people in this business than investors that need the financial records. So we have who? We have investors, yes. We have what? A community, you have heard that before. You have your suppliers. You have your employees. You have your who? Your creditors. Again, you have your customers. You have your analysts. Then you have the what? The government. Then you have your board. All these guys need your financial records. And that is how some of you can stabilize. If you don't have it to be able to present, you know, I consult, right? And many people come and say, oh, should I go on to do business? And blah, 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 blah. They'll show me accounts. I said, where is your account? Some people don't even have a structure at all for their finance. Next slide, call my time. And that is why you have to get what they call KPIs. Key performance was indicators for your SMEs. It helps to align your strategies very well and make informed decisions. So now let me ask you again from here, sir. What is that target you have for yourself to show that your business is improving? Or how do you know that you're making improvements in your business?
From the customer feedback.
Customer feedback, but no provide money. Money what can provide money food on your table. Feedback is fine, but we need to generate to cash.
You can ask the question again.
Like, how do you know if your business is growing financially or is growing?
Okay. From the money I make.
From money you make, okay, and that's fine.
Yes, from the money I make, then I also try to add, like I have a shop, a working store where I sell. So I had other line of businesses into it. Yes, sir.
Like I told you, I said I'm receiving more than my expenditures, than my clients are increased day by day. So
I'm coming to another question now.
When I hit $5 billion.
When $5 billion. Congratulations.
From the revenue generated from the business that is visible to investors, calling you to invest on your business, that is good.
I don't only base on the production. I also train people, and I'm also an engineer.
All right, thank you. Now, this is now a more factual question. Do you know how much you made last year? Last year? And do you know how much you are making now? And do you think there's an improvement or there's a improvement? Or there's not an improvement?
Yes, sir. Last year, yes, sir. This year, last year, I pay more attention on my production, but this year, due to some things, my professionals as an engineer and stuff like that, so I don't really have time. But I have some people that solve for me. So
Okay, wait, I'm coming. I want to know if the amount you made last year, do you know the amount, the precise amount in terms of revenue? Now, how much have you made as we speak now? Do you think it's an increase or a decrease?
I think
Just be honest and don't worry, you are fine. We are just for ourselves.
for now, it's a little bit decreased.
All right, thank you.
Actually, I've been taking a lot of risk. So let me say I have able to clear out a lot of debts that I owed last year. And this year, practically becoming progressive.
Okay, so this year is better for you, right?
I made millions, but I can't disclose the exact.
No, don't know the amount. We just want to know if you know the precise amount you made last year and how much you're
Exact
making
amount.
now. No, not the amount. Just a yes or a no. Then is there an improvement from last year?
There are improvements, like the one I don't even expect, and I'm even improving. Like, and I want to improve right now.
All right.
I can only identify that through the way I'm having more clients to my business. But physically, I don't have record. So
okay. So physically, you have no record yet. Physically. All right.
Yes, I made more.
I made more, but I can't be able to identify what I made because I mix my business with the money together.
All right. See, guys, if an investor sees you right now and asks you that how much by percentage have your business grown, what will you say in the last 1 year?
No idea.
No idea.
No.
I can't say. I told you I don't have record.
Like 80%. There have been a 5% increase in customer satisfaction.
I'm making progress.
You see, guys, whatsoever you don't measure cannot be done. If you leave a job for everybody to be done by somebody, nobody will do it. Whatsoever you don't measure cannot be done. See, believe me, guys, from what I've gotten here, if they don't change from today, these businesses may not last 5 years. Let's be honest to ourselves. And there are many of them like you outside there. Now, the reason why we're having this meeting is that you can take an action that is positive from here. What would make sense is that after this event, you can begin to make decisions for your life and for your businesses. Now, you must be able to see what percentage has my business grown over a period of time, so that it can give you a proper analysis. Another man said that, oh, the commissioner was saying that they look at their pub, to how much they're making, see data. Data is like oil now. Please, next slide. Thank you. So, see, guys, we have several KPIs, things that you need to look at to know whether you are making money or whether you are doing well or not. And you have various categories. You have from financial to operational to sales and marketing to customer service to human resource. Now, my people on this place, again, financial KPIs. Do you know how much your business is worth? Just yes or no.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Do you know how much your business is worth?
Of course, yes, I know.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Number 2, operational KPIs. Do you have efficient operations in place for your business? Like, how do you know your business operations, like from end to end? What needs to be done and what time it gets done? For example, you make shoes, right? What you need to come and say, let me make 10 shoes. Do you know how long it takes to make 10 shoes and what I need to put in place to make 10 shoes? And in how long does it take?
Yes, I know.
How many days does it take to make 10 shoes?
6 days.
6 days. But I come to you and say that I need the show in 3 days. Is it possible?
Yes, it's possible.
But you said 6 days just now.
Yes. But if you said you want 3 days, since it's my work, it's possible.
All right. So the thing that you will do to make it better. Yes. All right.
I honestly didn't really get the question.
So your operations, what you do in your business, do you know the timeline? Like how fast, how the process, like how does it work for you?
Yes, I do. Okay, because my business is vast. I make curtains, I make window blinds, I do sofa, so it differs. If it is sofa, well, I give my customers 10 working days, but I can deliver in 7 days. So if it is kitchen cabinet, so it differs.
All right, so you're aware of what makes your operations work. All right, let me ask you for sales KPI. So do you how much you sold last month?
I said no. I've answered that before.
Okay, no. Okay, do you know how much you want to sell next month?
I can't say.
God will help us.
Like, which one am I answering to? Okay, like, what part?
Sales, yes. How much do you sell? Do you sell last month? How much do you want to sell next month?
I said a lot last month, so like you answer a question like how long will it take for you?
That is operation. That's on sales now. You don't know.
I sold a lot.
All right. See, a lot is just vague. You have to be able to put figures. I have to be precise with your answers so that it helps you. You get. Okay, so you are saying that like how many percentage? 80%. Okay.
Okay. Based on how the weather condition has been so far, you see a lot of patients with malaria symptoms and typhoid. So most times we only have inquiries and people are really ordering for travel nurses all around Lagos State. So you basically have more patients than the normal days where we have dry seasons and everywhere there's dryness and people having fatigue and fever and normal infections and due to solar. So right now it's more for patients with conditions with the weather.
Okay, thank you. Now let me start another question from here. Do you know your top 5 clients that give you the most profit? Now the yes or no, don't have to tell me their names. Your top 5 clients that give you the most profit.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm still looking for more.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Now that you know them, I want to ask you, are you doing anything to increase that customer value to you?
Yes.
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 Yes, sir.
They all said yes, so. All right. Now, I'm asking this question again. This is the last question I'll ask them before they go and sit down. Now, these customers talking about, you know them. They're giving you plenty money. Do you know their birthdays? Yes or no?
I know 4 among them. They are birthday.
Okay. When did the birthday last? You give them anything, any gifts or anything?
No, I send them greetings message.
Okay, then that one is also fine.
Yes, I know all my customers' birthday, my premium customers, yes.
I always celebrate them through my platforms. Yes.
Yes. Of course, they had the data with me, so I used to be PRO to do a banner for them and celebrate them at home.
Yes, sir. And the last one I paid because it's outside Lagos State, so I have to pay the TIFE.
Clap for them, please. Where are we going to? That you have stuff that you need to use to measure how well you are doing in your business from these various metrics. Please, next slide, please. All right. So number one, thank you very much. Go and sit down. Thank you very much. Clap for them, please. They've tried. So for KPIs, number one, identify what you want to achieve with your what? Your KPIs. Number two, establish what? Systems for accurate and timely data collection. Number three, constantly track and report on KPI performance. And most importantly, use KPI data to make informed adjustment and improvement to your business strategies and operations. Next slide, please. Call me time. Now, going to accounting and bookkeeping. We have discussed this a lot, especially the speaker that came before me. I've talked about this a lot. Number one, understand what? Separate legal what? Entity. Your business and you, eyato. Eyato. You can look alike, but eyato. You guys are you are different. If you are selling drinks, you are selling noodles. If you eat from that noodles, you must pay for it. Yes or yes? Oh, need someone? Guys, what are we saying here? If you don't understand this concept, you would do what they call commingling. When you commingle your business funds and your personal funds together, when you bring them together, automatically dapo. Anymore, which one is for my business, which one is for myself. Then before you know it, quietly, you will be eating into your business. Now, what evidences the fact that you are separate is that your business has its own business name and with its own business records. And among that is that you have your own separate financial what? Records. You must understand that concept very well. Again, one reason why you have many businesses fail, SMEs especially, is that they have no structure. Some of you are the CEO, you are the HR, you are the accountant, you are the everything in your business. It's called key man risk in finance. Key man what? Risk. That is why many businesses don't last 100 years in Nigeria. Because it's built around one person. Let your business be able to outlive you. And let it be a legacy for yourself. So have a what? A structure. Then have accounting records. Very important. I will show you, I've shown you one before how to draw a budget. Now I will show you again how to do a simple accounting record. Income statement. How you get your net profits. It's very, very simple. At least you have to have that every month for your business. If I ask some of you here, when last did you do account for your business? When last? Anybody? 5 months? 6 months? Last month? Who did last month? Let me see your hand up. Nobody. Okay, you, last month. Very good. Last month. Beautiful. Okay, last 2 months. Nice one. Please keep it up. Oh, great. Keep it up, please. Again, now, guys, we're in a place whereby people are going digital. You have to embrace technology. What you are writing, you are typing, can be done via phone. You have several apps that can help you to get those things done. And it's so easy, and it's so good. Your invoice, your receipt can be done with phones, with AI. Embrace what? Technology. Can help you. Next slide. So you have several accounting softwares that can help you to do this and automate your business accounting records. You have QuickBooks, you have Zero, you have FreshBooks, and they help you to save time and gives you real-time data and insights. In fact, to tell you that last month you had only 10 customers. That's only 5, to tell you the way it is. Next slide. I'm waiting for a meeting actually too. Now, efficient accounting and bookkeeping are better for SMEs to sustain them and grow them. They can maintain financial health and ensure compliance and make informed decisions. Utilizing modern accounting software can further streamline and processes and enhance your accuracy. Next slide. All right. So this is an example of how you draw up your income statement, your profit or loss account. If you are a business person here, every month you must get to record this. Every month. Every month. Compulsorily, if you want to last. And now your business is about building a legacy that will outlive you and that will outlast you. And this will tell you where you are going to and where you are coming from and where you need to be. So number one, you start with your sales. That how much did you sell? Your turnover. Your turnover, that's what it's called sales. If I sold 10 phones, one is 1,000 naira, 10 is 10,000. It will come there as what? My sales. At how much? 10,000 naira. Then what is your cost of sales? The cost that you spend in the bid of selling those products. The cost you encounter in selling those products. Some of you will do adverts. It's a cost. Some of you even do discounts. Some of you transport the goods from the warehouse to your office. It's a cost. You have to learn how to dimension those costs for yourself. And that's why we are doing your forecast. You are going to know, you should be able to know how much do I want to spend this month, how much do I want to make this month. Very important. So when you get your cost of sales minus your sales, you get your what? Your gross what? Your gross profit. Then you now have other income that come to you in course of your business life. You have your interest income. Maybe some of you have money in investments that you make. As you make your money, your income, you put it somewhere in investment to give you more money. Interest income, dividend income that comes from other things you are doing. Then after this has been done, you have your total income. Then now what they call operating expenses. You can see them there. Rent, diesel expense, electricity expense, salary expense, depreciation and amortization, all the likes. You add them up together and they give you a particular figure. Then you now deduct, you remove your income from this expense, you get your operating profit. When that is now done, you now look at, if you took a loan, you have to service the loan. That's also a cost. So that will also take away from your profit. Then after that, you shall pay tax. You now look at your profit before tax, then you pay your company income tax. Then finally, you have your profit after tax. Every SME year should just learn this. It's basic. It's nothing hard. So that you can last. I want to share this with you guys. Number one is that these are ways to improve your income and revenue. Very practical ways. And I will say this, that be ready to disrupt. 2001. From every 10 phones you see, 2001. Out of those 10 phones, 8 out of them is a particular brand. What's that brand name? Nokia. Motorola, Nokia, not Motorola. Now, today, where's Motorola? Where's Nokia as they were? It is well, Abby. Guys, what I am saying is that as an SME, it's either you disrupt or you are disrupted. Whatsoever anybody can do faster and cheaper than you will disrupt you. In other words, create value that would help your business to survive. and learn how to reinvent those value propositions for yourself. If you are in today's world and still doing typewriter business, you're off where? Off the market. Again, I advise that number 2, try to create early payment. I have to start doing furniture work. Let people pay early. Why? To maximize operational costs and save costs for inflation. In fact, I even stock up for 6 months. You can buy stuff like inventory for 6 months ahead to save inflationary cost for yourself and let you get inflation. All right, next slide. Again, for SMEs, some of you have monies in the banks doing nothing, sleeping and waking up, doing nothing. Please, don't keep idle funds. Try to make more money as your money is waiting for what you use it for. 2 weeks, 1 month, you don't have what to do, money doing anything. Go and keep it somewhere in an investment account where you know that the money is safe. For example, you can do a money market mutual fund. Very simple. When you need your money, go and pick your money back. But then to be giving you more interest. Don't keep what? Idle funds. Again, you should have a buffer fund for yourself. Your businesses fail today. How will you survive? Keep a buffer fund. I put it there. If you can, from your income, keep 20% as reserve. Don't spend everything. Don't spend everything. Spend less than you earn and always save before spending. All right. Again, have a total cost and total revenue budget and let your staff be in agreement with you. You have a budget for your company. Are your staff aware? They don't even know your goals and your plans at all. Agree together so that they can mentally follow you in that vision. Very key. All right, next slide. Now, assignments for the class. Before we go, please. Draw up a year revenue budget and cost budget for your company. Just do something. Let me see somebody's working 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Draw up a budget for your company, for yourself. Revenue, how much you want to make for the particular year, but do it month by month. Do it month by month. So for example, say January 2024, this is what I want to make, but I can begin from July or from August. The budget, an estimate of revenue and cost. Looking at how well are income coming from, where are my income lines, where are they coming from, and also where are my cost centers. Anybody done? Who will show me first? Anybody that has tried? All right, let me share a story before I go and take questions. Years ago, there was somebody that was working in an MD's office. That MD's office, he had worked for about 10 years as a PA. And when he started the work, he was just employed as a contract staff in that company. And when it's time, he thought that, oh, this guy has worked for us for 10 years. Let us make him a permanent staff and give him a proper job and all the likes. And they asked him, all right, bring your CV. Let us now employ you and change your life as a way. And they asked him. He said he still had the same SSC after 10 years of working in that organization. At some point, the company had to sack him. What I'm saying is that let your opportunity meet you prepared. Some of you are running businesses right now, but are you prepared for your opportunities? that will come your way. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So next slide, I think I want to have my, okay, so these are my contacts, please, in case you want to reach out.
So please, if you have questions, raise up your hand. Okay, we have one at the back, one in the middle, and one at the end. So let's take. So have you asked a question before? Yes, you have. Let's go. Point.
Okay.
Straight
Thanks
to
very
the
much,
point.
Mr. Shego. Since my talk this afternoon has not really a question, but I just want to share my own thoughts as regards the topic that has been discussed.
Sorry, can I cut you short? The other people, do you have questions? If you have a question, please, we'll come back to you. We want to take questions. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Tudesho Moye. So actually, we're talking about separating your business money from your personal money.
Yes, sir.
Since the morning, I've been brainstorming. How do I do that? Because I'm confused. Because I don't know where I'll get my own money. Because I'm not paid salary. So how do I calculate my own income from my own personal savings? It's just complicated of a thing.
I will tell you.
And secondly, sir. Okay, I'm done.
All right, let me answer that question quickly. Number one, you must first understand, sir, that you are the first staff of your business. So what do I mean? You pay yourself. You do what, sir? Pay yourself. So you are putting your own staff cost inside your staff expense. So you must agree with yourself. You know, it's now Shegun and Shegun Enterprises. That's it, Shegun Enterprises. So how much can you pay Shegun and Remu based on our income and everything? That's honestly speaking, we can pay you 10 naira per month. That's what we can afford as a company. If not, we'll just die, we pay you 100 naira. What do I mean? That 10 naira is your income for yourself. Then you live within that particular income that you have made. That's how you separate it. So you pay yourself, as you are paying your staff, so you're also paying your what? Yourself. Thank you. All right, next question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Oluwatosin, and the name of my business is Olutech. We are into signage and branding. What I want to say is there are some business that you cannot determine what you get in a year, what you make in a year.
Okay.
Because imagine, okay, this year, like I'm getting contract from First Bank to, produce and install like 200 branches in Nigeria. So, okay, the next year, I didn't get that kind of a contract. I'm only getting some little, mirror branding, glass branding offices, and it's not.
All right, so let me explain that, sir. So now, sir, you may not be able to say specifically what will come in the year, right? But you can plan for it. And when you are planning, sir, if I was you, the goal for KPIs, because of our time, I'm not able to go into deeper into those things, because you have your sales KPI. That means that your key performance indicator. If you have 10 customers today, I should be able to say that, let me be able to have 20 next year. And you now go and decide, how will I be able to get that 20 what next year? So you put them, their smart goals, smart KPIs, specific, measurable. So you can have those things. So between you and I, you can actually plan what you can get next year. And somebody said that if you shoot for the moon, don't get the moon, you fall within the stars. Just shoot something. So in everything, do well to do what? To plan. Thank you. Next question.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Yeah, my name is Michael Adeyemi. Sir, I believe in, because as a business person, you have to have like at least 4 streams of incomes coming in.
At least.
At least, okay, sir. And though we are not there yet, but we are still doing our side hustles. I want to, okay, I'm into solar installation. Okay, business is not coming like, you know how Nigeria is, you have to advertise before business comes in. Now, there are some side hustles. Okay, I sell laptops, I sell phones, but it's not coming often. At times, you want to meet a daily needs. So you go for that side hustle. How can I relate that to my expenses?
All right.
I don't know, maybe you understand
I
my
understand.
question.
So you are saying that
Like those things are not coming often, but how will
Exactly.
I relate it? How will I do it as a budget? Like, okay, because I want to use it for a daily needs.
yes, I'll explain to you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So the idea of the budget that you're supposed to have is to give you what to plan with, what to run with, what to work with. So now, for you that you feel that your income is not every time it staggers, it varies. Now, as an entrepreneur, you will have to be able to create innovative ways of bringing in money to ourselves. But if you don't have a plan and you don't have a big goal for yourself, believe me, you will be okay with where you are. And many of us, our problem is being okay. And I hate that word, being okay. Because when you are okay, you're okay with, then Shebi is not coming. Let me not manage. But if you have that budget, that plan, you say, no, I have not made this amount of money. You go out and go and look for it. So even though you have a staggering source of income, you now have to learn how to create buffers, meaning that for every income that comes to you, you must learn to save part of it first. Then spend the remaining. So that the time when they will not come, you have something for yourself. Thank you. That's for me.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
One of my take homes from this program is that I am not ready for a bank loan.
Okay.
Because I'm just a startup. And from your lecture and the previous lecturer's insight, I got all of these innovations. So, but the aspect I want to emphasize is that when you talk about the BTG, SME, that table, that well-designed table, there are some of us who are from our roots is the science. So, because that's why when you gave that assignment, like, okay, prepare something for about maybe 2 or 3 years, someone like me, I couldn't follow up. Firstly, because the timing of that display was very short.
Sorry, please, media, please go back to that.
So I need another revisit so that the essence of my coming here,
yes, sir,
I get it.
Please, media, please go back to that budget that we had, so that you can copy it. Are you fine, sir? They'll go back to it so that you can copy it again. Okay, sir. Okay. Because of my time, that's why I could not explain this. So again, a brief. Number one, the first side for total revenue up, you are talking about what is coming to you. And you are looking at how it will come to you at the back end. For example, sale of drinks. At the back end, you already know, okay, how many drinks do I want to sell next month? How many do I want to sell next 2 months? How many do I want to sell in September, in October? You know, you have an idea of all those ones. You put your prices to it, you get your sale of drinks. Sale of fabrics, all those things have to come. And your other incomes, that one is for those other incomes. You write it down. That is for the first. This is for January alone. This is for 1 month alone. That revenue is there. Then same your expense too. How much do you intend to spend? Because it is what you spend that generates your income. So as you have all those things there, you have your profit before tax. Then this one in gray here is your budget, what you had in mind that you want to have. So those ones are your realities, your as it happens.
But this one is what you have in mind. Then as you achieve them monthly, you just divide the one on top divided by the one below to get your percentage times 100. But with time, maybe you can just talk to me personally. I'll answer you personally. Call of time. All right. Anybody else?
All right,
Thank
ladies
you
and
very much.
gentlemen, we can do better than that.
Please.
Let's put our hands together.
One more, please. Read with me, please. I am what? I am adaptable. I am innovative. I am growth-oriented. I am resourceful. I am an entrepreneur. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. Media, can you put up the last of his slide so that people can copy out his contact and contact him? So if you have further questions, you need clarity, you can easily send him an email, and I'm very sure he'll be generous enough to attend to us. Please put your hands together for that fantastic presentation. What this seminar has done for me particularly is that it has made me very comfortable talking about money. Interestingly, on my social media account, I started a conversation around why is talking about money difficult? For those of you that were able to follow me on the link, you will see that conversation there. Why is it's hard to talk about money? Is it that you're feeling ashamed or you're feeling judged? Something is just not working. But bottom line is, as business owners and innovators, money is a conversation that we must have. And I believe that we have been able to make money very easy to talk about, right? Right? Some of you are still judging yourself, right? All right, put your hands together for yourself. You have been amazing. Before I call the next speaker to come do justice to a very fundamental aspect of owning and running a business, which centers around corporate branding, I want to call my co-facilitator, who is the political facilitator of the event. Please put your hands together for my co-facilitator, Mr. Rufai.
I deserve more applause than this. It's good to be identified with something. I think political facilitator. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're having the nice session, we have a very important personality who walked in and joined us in this August occasion, happening in July. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here the local government chairman of my own local government. Yes, the executive chairman that is doing very, very well. Okay, the local government that gave birth to my local government. Yes. I'm always proud to say I'm from Ifakojayo, Ojukoro. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome Honorable Usman Akambi Amzat, ably represented by the local government secretary, Honorable Kola Wale Fasusi, aka Mr. Bashir. Yes. Please, because of our time, I would like to have you to the microphone to give you a goodwill message on behalf of the executive chairman. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, please welcome him to the microphone. Keep clapping, please. 1, 2, 3, do it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you tired? Are you tired? I'm happy to be in your midst this afternoon. I was just called yesterday night that I should go and represent my boss here. He wanted to be here, but due to one thing or the other, he could not make it. When I got there this afternoon, I was amazed with what I saw from outside. I said, if I knew, I would have been here maybe since yesterday. I would have learned a lot. The little time that I spent here, I know what I've written down. And I want to advise every one of you that you are here, know the reason why you are here. And at the end of the program, you must be able to get a tangible thing. When it was displaying something here, what I saw and the content that he gave us from the lecture, it is really amazing. Clap for the lecturer. And to the organizer of the event, please, we want more of this. We want more of this. A lot of people are outside. They may not be aware of what is going on here, but we that we are here, please make use of the opportunity you gain here. I pray God Almighty will never leave you in the mighty name of God. Thank you. God will bless us.
That was amazing. Please put your hands together one more time for him. Yes, in the journalism, there's something we call keys. Keys. Keep it simple and short. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him once again. Unjuara, let's go back to business. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. You people don't want to clap for me. I thought I'm your friend because I'm not a politician. I've made up my mind to run for office, by the way. I will announce it tomorrow. But let's go straight to business. When the last speaker was speaking, he introduced a topic and a concept, which is a separate legal identity. Now, that is a whole concept in law that states that a corporate institution is separate from the people that own it. Essentially, there is a lot of underground things that has to do with that. But for the purpose of this next lecture, I want to say that if you have said that the person is separate from their business, it means it is important for the business to be able to stand out as a separate person, okay? So to do justice to this conversation that we are going to be having around corporate branding, please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the beautiful. When she came in, the way she, it was her smell that even announced her before I even saw her face. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Sheyi Jolayemi. You people don't want to clap.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I can imagine, like the Honorable said, what you've learned since Monday that you've been here, because I've been here just about an hour, and like he said, I know what I've written. And I choose to start from there because more often than not, when we have this kind of opportunity, we might not really know how priceless it is. And one of the things that I get to say often when I get to take stages like this is that there are so many things that are happening now that didn't happen 5 years before now, that didn't happen 10 years before now. So perhaps if you started your business just about 2 to 3 years ago, it means that, you know, now you are 3 years old and you have opportunity to hear this. But there are people that have run SMEs for 15 years and they have still not made it into a room like this. So please don't let this be about filling up your journals and your notes. Let it be about something that translates to profit in your business. And I'm so interested in profit in your business because the more your business succeeds, the more the economy of Nigeria succeeds. And we need to understand that government is doing a lot, but if the private sector doesn't rise up to do better than what the private sector is doing at the moment, the economy of Nigeria might not be able to thrive like we want it to thrive. So let this be your responsibility. If you're thinking about how am I contributing to Nigeria, how am I contributing to making Nigeria better, let it be that you're running a business that is transgenerational. 100 years from now, we want your great-grandchildren to be able to say, this is what great-grandpa built while, you know, he was alive, or great-grandma built while she was alive. All right. Thank you so much for having me. I thank the organizers of this event. I know I've used about 5 minutes of my time, but that's fine. I'm not a politician, but I understand that, for someone to sit down and put this kind of thing together, it's better we are leveraging it to the best of our abilities. So I'm going to be speaking about corporate branding, and let's go right into it. Next slide, please. Today, we're looking at two major parts, and in this few minutes that I have, how many minutes do I have? Let someone please tell me. I'm going to be talking about building 40 minutes. Okay, I'm going to talk about building a strong brand identity. And if time permits, we'll look at what it takes to develop a brand style guide so that we can ensure consistency, in your brand. And we were told earlier how we need to separate ourselves from the business that we're running. And that separating is not only in finances, it is also in the outlook and in the presentation of ourselves. So, for example, the president of Nigeria is the president of Nigeria. And often he can choose to speak as himself. And we saw quite a lot of that happening, when Donald Trump was president, where he is sharing his view and not necessarily sharing the American view. So when he tweets from his personal account, that is his own, point of view, which does not necessarily mean that that is what the president of the United States is saying. In time past, it wasn't that easy to separate. But now, because we know that there might be some things that you're required to do as a business person that is not necessarily consistent with who you are, then and when you are in the office and you are MD CEO, you can be MD CEO. And then when you step out from there, you are Sheyi Jolayemi, and it is okay for you to close from work at 5 o'clock, step into the identity. I have a friend who says, he's a mediator by day and a club boy by night or something like that. So you see him during the day, he's totally in his suit and looking all sharp. And the next minute is in his tees and his baggy jeans and, all of that. So it is important for us to know that our businesses need to carry their own identity so that people don't begin to mix things up at the end of the day, especially in this time and age where many of us, run businesses that sound like our name. For example, someone mentioned earlier that his name is, I can't remember very well, and I think he said Oluwatosi or something like that, and then he runs something, and then I could already see that the name of the business was crafted somehow out of his name. And there's nothing wrong with that. No, I'm not talking down on that at all. In fact, I know what it takes for you to run multiple names through the CAC, and then they keep sending it back and helping you to put some suffix and prefix that you're wondering, this doesn't sound like what I want to build. And in time past, this is not part of my notes, but one of the things that I've also observed that people have done, if you are struggling with that at the moment, is that you carry a different name that is registered, which you use to open your company account and all of that. But then you now have a brand name that people can readily and easily remember and associate with your products or with the services that you render. All right, next slide, please. So under building a strong brand identity, we're going to be looking at 4 major things. And I quickly chip in the case study in there because I don't know if I had all the time, but I wanted you to quickly see a few examples that I'm going to show. So I will introduce brand identity, speak about core values for your brand or for your business. And then we'll look at visual and verbal brand identity. More often than not, people speak about visual identity, but we forget that the brand also needs to have a voice. So when you want to say, what is a brand? A brand is anything. And as far as I'm concerned, a brand is a living thing. So a brand can breathe, a brand can speak, a brand can interact, a brand can sleep, a brand can grow and thrive, and a brand can also die. So the characteristics of a living thing, I know we remember Mr. Niger D, but I mean, in recent times, they've added 2 extra to it. There is the competition and the adaptability. So it's now Mr. Niger CAD, C-A-D. So you have the movements, respiration, nutrition, irritability, respiration, E is excretion, R is reproduction, then used to just end in death, but now there is the competition. So it is believed that it is normal and natural for a living thing to be competitive. And then there is the A, adaptability. If you are a living thing and you cannot easily adapt, to a large extent, is either you die or you go extinct. So adaptability is also now on the list. So we have Mr. Niger Card. So a brand, your business should be able to express all of that characteristics of a living thing. And today we'll speak about verbal brand identity. I'll speak about your brand voice. Next slide. So building a strong brand identity is essential so that you can be easily recognizable, so that you can be trusted, and you can buy loyalty of people. And if you look at the logos that we have here for the Progressives National Youth Wing, and it's sitting side by side, another logo that speaks about the office of the National Youth Leader. Right inside there, you have another brand that we all know, which is APC. So you see brand association, you see distinct, colors. And even though we know most of the political parties in Nigeria, for example, use color, shades that looks like the green and the red, many times when you see the unique color of a certain brand, you can almost tell this looks like this political party, but I can tell that this is the green of this party, this is the blue of this party. And then, of course, there are distinct things that are put into it. For example, the APC, you have that broom inside of it, and it is distinct. It allows you to identify and to recognize that brand. And if you are that person that already recognizes that brand, and that brand has been delivering to you or for you over time, you can trust the brand and you can easily be loyal to the brand, because today it is not Packer, and tomorrow is now Broom. Consistently, that unique feature of that brand sits right into it. So when you have a strong brand identity, you are able to get recognized quickly. And because people can recognize you quickly, even if the name is faded away, they can already tell by the elements that they see that it is you, and it is easy to then trust you and be loyal to your brand. So next slide. So when we speak of defining what your brand identity is, then it's the collection of all the elements that your company creates so that you can portray what you want to portray to your consumers and to everyone who will interact with you. Because sometimes those who interact with our brands are not necessarily directly our consumers. And then we saw that in the last one where we're talking about how you want to put your books together majorly for your investors, but there are other people that also want to see. The community wants to be able to recognize your brand, even if they are not purchasing the brand. And you want to have top of mind in that industry, whether or not that person is buying. Because even though I might not be buying your brand, I might need somebody's opinion to, or somebody might need my opinion and say, what do you think? Should I go for this or that? And because I have recognized your brand, it is easy for me to go with it. For example, there's this, analogy that I like to give a lot when I'm speaking about brand identity. And imagine with me. So you needed to travel home to your village, yourself and your wife, if you are a man, or if you're a woman, yourself and your husband. You traveled home down to your village. Let's say you come from somewhere back, where we have to possibly get down from the car and take a bike. And then after dropping from the bike, we now proceed another 10 minutes walk, somewhere like where I come from. So now imagine that you have a 3-month-old baby and you had to go to the village to see mama with that 3-month-old baby. Now, when you get there, mama probably uses stone and wood. I mean, with this description I gave, there shouldn't be gas, in that environment. And then we need to make food for your baby. In fact, let's increase. Let's say the baby is 6 months old. We need to put together some, baby food and all. And then you look at the kettle. Mama doesn't even have a kettle. She has a pot that she uses to cook other things and uses it to boil water when she needs to drink tea. So by the time you look at that pot, how many of us will readily use that pot to boil water for the baby? You will readily use it. Okay, just a few, good. Because you trust your mom and that's where you came from, so your child's immune system is strong. But many of us will think twice. So then they say, you know what, go buy a bottle of water somewhere. And then you get to this only person selling water in your hometown. And you see XYZ, 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 and then you see one water that now has Progressive National Youth Wing. Which of that would you buy? You don't know. You never knew that Progressive National Youth Wing make water. You have never heard it before. But in the village, you saw 3, 4 options, and then you now saw one bottle. And on the bottle of water, the sticker of Progressive National Youth Wing is on that bottle of water. Out of all of the other bottles of water with other names, Aduke, Adio water and all of that, which one would you buy? Exactly, because you recognize the brand, and despite the fact that that brand, you don't identify them with water, they already have your trust and your loyalty. So you're like, you know what? Out of all of this that I don't know, this looks recognizable. This brings a memory. And that is why it is important to build a strong brand identity. Many organizations have rolled on the identity of another brand to thrive because people know that other brand. I mean, one very easy and simple one that I always get to pop out is the Eva water. Coca-Cola Bottling Company just put out Eva water, called it premium water. And we have bought that is premium. We are not doubting that is premium. Why? Because it is written on it, Coca-Cola Bottling Company. That is the importance of building that brand, something that can be recognized. So of course it is important because it now differentiates you from your competitors and other people, and it helps people to easily recognize you. And of course, this identity now includes your logo, it includes the color scheme, it includes the typography and the text. Because if you write Coca-Cola in your handwriting and we print it out and we put it around a bottle, even you might not drink it. Because there is a way that the Coca-Cola lettering looks like, and that is where the typography or the font is a more common word. The font that you're using for your company is important. The imagery, that is the pictures that are associated with that identity. And like I mentioned, the verbal identity, so the tone of voice. When you see the brand, how is it speaking to you? What is the conversation? What is the sometimes silence, because it's not every time that it is spoken out, but you see just that logo sitting pretty there. What is it saying to you? And that is where we speak of the tone of voice of a brand identity. Next slide, please. So these key elements need to be consistent. You can't decide it is light green today and dark green tomorrow. It is sky blue today and sea blue tomorrow. There has to be consistency. But it is not only, showing consistency, it also has to say what you want to say. It has to align with your core values. And it has to be strong that people can see and know that it is different. And of course, it is speaking the same language that you want it to speak every time. So many times we wonder, for example, going back to these two logos that I've used for the example, you see that both of them have defined boundaries. Because if the outer line, for example, of the Office of the National Youth One, the white line isn't there, we might lose some of the elements to the background. So you want to ensure that it's distinct, and then consistently you use it that way. Consistently, you are able to tell, no, my logo is not looking the way it is, or it should look. Many times, many of us small business owners were not really paying attention to these kind of things. And of course, we see how it's a perfect circle. It's not oval. It's not, tilted to one side, or, square today and then triangle tomorrow. That consistency is important. Next slide, please. So going now to speak of the core values, because your brand core values is part of what you use to now determine what your identity should look like and the voice that your brand should consistently speak, then that means that your core values now should reflect in the way your identity looks, whether it's your visual identity or the way your verbal identity sounds. And when we speak of core values, yes, many of us will say, well, my core values are this, and we usually put that into our company documents. But many times we don't even know exactly what it means. And your core values are your fundamental beliefs as an organization. Many times as SMEs, our organizations pick the our own personal fundamental beliefs. But that is where you want to be careful that you are not crossing boundaries, where your belief system is not hindering the ability of your brand to thrive or to grow. So in that case, you might be someone who is not necessarily outgoing, but if you're going to put out a brand that is vibrant and outgoing, then for every time you sit or stand as MD CEO, you can't allow your personality to be in the way. And that's why it's important to say, this is the business I'm building. What exactly is the belief of this business, not what is my belief? Otherwise, then we won't be able to separate who you are from what the business is. And this, belief system, they are guiding principles that will dictate how that brand behaves, that will dictate how that brand acts. It will be the guiding principles that will dictate the kind of people we're going to employ, people who are able to deliver on those terms. So writing your core values is not just, oh, I've written 7 core values, 5 core values and all. You have to define it from the point of view of the business, of the brand, not your own personal point of view. And this is important because, of course, it helps you to be consistent with your identity, and it helps you to build your connection with your audience. Next slide, please. So 3 steps here to define your brand core value. You want to think and reflect, what exactly is this company about? What exactly is the culture of this company? And when we say culture of something, we're speaking to lifestyle. How does this company want to interact with people? How does this company want to be remembered? What influence, what change is this company trying to bring? And you will see there that I wrote your taste as a company. So sometimes your own personal taste might be a certain way. There's a particular way you like to maybe take your drink. There's a particular bottle of water you like to drink. There are some particular places you like to go. That's you. But when you speak of your company, what is the taste of your company? What is the behavior of your company? What's the attitude of your company? And all of that is important. And of course, then when you've done that, you identify what that company then stands for. And you now ensure that these values are aligning with your business goals. Because you can't say, oh, this is what we want to be known for, but then you're setting goals for your business that are totally different. And business goals also include financial goals as well. So if you're going to say, oh, we want to be the premium brand, we want people to see us and know that we're a taste of luxury, then it should reflect in the targets that you're setting for what you are going for when it comes to, your annual target or how much you're going to make. It would reflect on the places that you would put your office or your shops. Because you can't say premium and then we need to go like I described the way to my village before we get to you, then nobody is going to be coming. So it also means that the cost of setting up the organization already is now higher because you probably want to pick up shops in eyebrow areas or perhaps, start up in a shopping mall, which might be different from someone who is just saying, oh, I can start it up from my sitting room. This is just what my packaging will look like and all of that. So you need to define your core values. Next slide, please. I put in some examples of core values. Simplicity. So no matter what happens, we're not going to be loud. We're not going to, no matter how rich we get, even if we have, the $5 billion, like the young man who was upstage want to have, if your core value is simplicity, no matter how much money you have, no matter what the revenue of your organization is, you will always be simple. So it now means that I might not be a simple person, but I might be running a brand that is a simple brand. So whenever I am expressing that brand, simplicity must be seen. My personality to be outgoing and everywhere should not affect how my brand is being communicated. So some brands will decide that their core values they are cultural. So you find them adapting to the culture of the environment that they are in. So if we are in Lagos, this is what we look like. If we now step out of Lagos and we are in Ibadan, for example, we are taking up the culture of the environment. So that doesn't mean that the brand is not consistent. It means that tomorrow when we go to China, you meet us again, you see us, we are already, imbibed the culture of the environment. And those kind of brands can really take, a lot of work to build, because if you don't know what you're going for every time you adapt to the culture of the environment you are in, it changes something in what, your communication and all of that. But if that is who you are, then here will be someone looking forward to seeing what your UK outlet looks like, because they are going to see how you've been able to take up the culture of the environment. And so that is what your consumers will know you for, picking up the culture of the environment. So leadership, teamwork, quality, excellence, integrity. Just that it seems like, almost all brands have that integrity as core value, but in interaction, we're not sure what we get. I was watching a documentary on TV yesterday, and I was amazed, and it was a documentary about fishes, mislabeled fishes. So they're talking about how several people fish, and then they put tilapia on the table as, as another fish. and globally. So they're talking about, the US and China. It was a global documentary. A minimum 40% of fish, according to that documentary, is mislabeled. So they say it is this fish, but it is not that fish. I mean, if we can have such level of corruption in people even deciding so that then they can sell it more expensive, how much more? This fabric is the expensive one. This one is the real one. This or that's a whole lot happening in our environment. And perhaps I need to use this opportunity to say that we all need to do better. We cannot be pointing at a corrupt nation, not realizing that there are about 3 to 4 other fingers pointing at ourselves, and we ourselves are contributing to this in one way or the other because we are trying to make maximum profit. All right, next slide, please. So target audience and market positioning. I want to believe somebody must have, spoken about this earlier today. I'm not sure if it was already taken. Someone spoke about it exactly. That also influences your identity, because the kind of people you're trying to attract to your business must influence how you look. You can't choose to look 80-year-old and then you are saying you are for the Gen Z. The Gen Zs are not going to be looking at you. And you can't say that you are for the 60-year-olds and then the only person that wants to come by is at the 15, the 19-year-olds, because that means that's how you're representing yourself. So you need to understand your demography to decide what your identity will look like, to determine, your positioning as well. So you're defining how you want your brand to be perceived by your target audience. And that should influence the identity you create. That should influence the identity you sustain. That should influence the identity you communicate. So in your brand communication, you should be hitting the spot every time, speaking to your target audience. So if you don't know who you're targeting and you don't know why they should interact with you, you might not be able to get your branding right. And that happens most of the time when we are not really dealing with demographics. Demographics is easy. How old, how much can they afford? Where can I find them? Where do they live? Those ones are easy to identify. But when it comes to psychographic, like what are they interested in? And that shows where, market research is also important. What are their aspirations? What are their desires? And many times it's not always spoken. You have to find it out. And of course, target audience and market positioning also helps you to identify who your competitor is, whether they are direct or indirect. I gave an example of Eva Water earlier and Coca-Cola Bottling Company. And stories have it that the reason why they started bottling the water is that they looked at it and they felt like, well, we don't have any competition in the market. The only competition we have is water. That's the only other thing people drank as at that time, much more than Coca-Cola. So if those who will not drink us will drink water, then let's begin to bottle water so that then we now have the entire market. So water was an indirect competitor. So the likes of Pepsi and all of that were direct competition for Coca-Cola, but water was an indirect one. So sometimes too, that can help you. And you see there's nothing red on Eva Water because they don't even want those who are buying that water to associate them with the Coke, because those who would drink water and water alone will prefer to stay away from soda. So that is understanding your target audience and knowing how to position yourself to get their attention. Next slide, please. Just go to the next slide. That's the wrong one. Next one. So visual and verbal brand identity. Next slide. This is a wrong extra slide. So your visual and verbal brand identity speaks about your logo. I mentioned it earlier, your color palette, and the tone of your voice. And when we speak of your logo, it has to be simple. I know that sometimes that can be a daunting task. I'm back again to the two logos there. To put in a complete sentence like Progressives National Youth Wing is a lot. But it's you sitting down and saying, how can I put in all of this in a way that it wouldn't look like a mess? And despite the fact that there's a lot going on there, there is still the simplicity where we look at it and we can recognize, we can see what they are trying to communicate to us. And it's right there, still bearing the colors. Remember the color palette, still bearing the colors of the mother brand, the red, the green, and that, light blue. They are still the colors of the mother brand, consistently working with the color palette. And then, of course, there is the tone of voice. What is it saying? If we're progressive youth, then we're supposed to be vibrant. And we can see that in the movement in the middle of, I'm not paid to do this job. I'm just analyzing something good, okay? So, and I decided to use it as I came in because we're all looking at it. So you can relate with what is happening in there. If this is supposed to be progressive, then it means that we are vibrant, we are growing. So there is the green and there is the people inside there that looks like they are in motion. They are not just static and folding and sitting. So we can already see the activity. 10 minutes more. Wow. All right, I need to move fast. So color palette, tone of voice, it defines how you communicate your brand. Next slide, typography, next slide. Let's just go straight to the case studies and I would round up. Next slide, next slide. Yes, that's it. So I put in 3 case studies here and I chose these 3 brands. One, because they are global brands. They've been sustained over many years. Secondly, because they are recognizable by almost anybody. I'm sure that if you don't know the 3 brands, you will know at least 2 of these brands. And then we can have conversations about them and see how they've been able to work with their consistency and, of course, a strong visual and verbal element. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next one. So Apple, that logo is iconic. But one thing about them is that they always would work with a minimalist design as much as possible. Colored mark, whether laptops or pads or iWatches or iPhones, are the rare ones. The common ones are the white, off-white, and perhaps the black. It is not just because they don't want to be creative, it's because they are speaking with the same tone of voice. Despite that, they want to tell us that they are innovative. So they use images that speaks to innovation. And of course, they want to strongly emphasize that it's of good quality so that people can continue to buy it as a premium brand. And one message, something about the psychography, we spoke about psychography earlier. One psychography that Apple is running with is that people are aspirational. People want to have a better life. People want to, be better. They want to aspire to use more expensive, finer things. So some people don't even know whatever it is that the iPhone can use, but I've joined the iPhone. That is the psychography that the brand is using to catch its consumers. Next slide. So remember we talked about the logo, color scheme, typography, imagery. So now looking at all of that, the logo is that iconic, next slide please, that iconic beating apple. You won't see that apple whole. That apple will not be whole. It will always be beaten. That's consistency. And of course, it is simple and you can recognize it immediately. It's not like any other kind of apple. So if someone even tries to hold their own real apple fruit and bite it on the side, the first thing that comes to your mind is this apple logo, not even the apple as the fruit. That is, nearly almost taking over people's thinking when it comes to what that fruit really is. And of course, the color scheme is always minimalist, white, silver, black, typography always clean, smooth, no curves and all of that, just straight to the point. Imagery is usually very high quality. And of course, they focus on their product. They are not trying to say other things. Say when you look at the sky and you see the sea and you see the ocean. No, no, no. Focused on the product. So how do you want to communicate to your own brand? And their tone of voice is usually authoritative. But then they still make it quite welcoming. Like, oh, you can come, you can be with us, you can join our league. Next slide, please. So I've put a few ads, the iPad, an entire page of print ad, just the iPad. And then the text is so small. They don't even mind if you miss the fact that it's thinner, it's lighter. Did you see the iPad? Is it the product they're focusing on? That is the way they would prefer to communicate. How do you want to communicate to your brand? Next slide, please. Next slide and next slide, quickly. Yeah, please take it back a bit. Take it back. This one is focused on the phone privacy. Not even the phone itself. But they were able to communicate it in the minimalist one. Next one to Coca-Cola. Let's go to Coca-Cola. Next. Yes. Consistent red. Classic text font. They've used that font for what? It hardly changes, because when you look at it, even from 100 years ago, there are probably just some very tiny changes. So are you going to create that brand? The same thing is going with Guinness. Even from generation to generation, they've just kept it. Many times we say, oh, we want people to like us more now, rebranding. And then we are changing, and people are losing who we really are more often than not. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with the font. There might just be something wrong with the way you're communicating it. Okay? And they are usually speaking happiness and togetherness. Next slide. Cursive, friendly. Let's just go to the images. But you get the gist of these ones, right? So the typography is constant. They want you to see happiness when they are, yes. Are you trying to take a picture? All right. Cursive font, the specific logo, the specific color scheme. And Coca-Cola uses red. And they use red alone. It's not because you don't have 5 colors. That's why people are not patronizing you. Just be distinct and communicate what you want to communicate right to the target audience. Red is a vibrant, happy, exciting color. So they won't go away from red because it speaks joy, it speaks happiness. And then they are now doing their best. Go to the next slide, please. To now show sharing and togetherness in their imagery. And this is the days of social media. You are putting things online. Are they consistent with your brand? Next slide, please. Next one. Yeah, that's where this concept also was born out from. Share a Coke, because they're trying to say, we're bringing you together. We're creating joy and happiness. We're maintaining family. Next slide to the third case study now, which is Nike. And Nike, even though they started as a sport brand, have gone to now become, outfits, different things, now Nike. But they still keep their communication what it is. So we might make fancy shoes for you to walk, to go somewhere else and not go for sports. But we are that brand that wants to motivate you to do more, that wants to push you, push your limits as much as possible. Next slide. So when you look at the swoosh, that mark is called the swoosh. And it's simple, but yet it's strong and powerful. And you know what that mark is? We always see it in our nursery and primary school. Once you see that, it's like, yeah, I got it. I do. So it's the psychology of it. So every time we see it, we feel like, oh, that must be something good. That's a right answer. Okay, and then the color scheme is usually bold black or white, or even if they're going to use other colors in their own ads, that swoosh remains either white or black. Less is more sometimes, not all the time. Typography is clean and bold. Imagery is dynamic. They want to show motion. They want to show action. And they are always speaking motivation, encouraging you to push your boundaries, to do more. Let's go to the images. See? They keep you alive. No need to say anything. You can already see it. You are looking at your lungs. Like, my lungs, they need to work. Come on, let me go out for a jog. So the thinking is across board. Many times as MD CEOs, we just say, I like that blue, that blue. And then the designers are saying, no, sir, this one I'm trying to explain. And we're like, no. I'm the owner of the vision. That's true. But can we be consistent and be recognizable? Next slide. Motion, action, no text, nothing. Just interpret it the way you want. But this came out of deep thinking. Next slide, please. Your only limit is you. And next one. Next slide. It's only a crazy dream until you do it. That's Serena Williams. So they didn't use a picture now, they used it while she was a child. So they're like, wow, she could have done it. So it means that you need to know your target audience to begin to now say, how do I want to communicate not only my identity, but my ads, so that they can come and patronize and buy. I don't have time to speak about the brand style guide. But if you already now get the hang of, I should be consistent, then it means that when you're speaking about your brand style guide, you are talking about it maintaining the same typography. So today you can't say I like Calibri, and tomorrow it's multi-time New Roman. And another one, I saw one thing like this. So the way they wrote it, we can't be impulsive. We have to communicate the brand and what is supposed to communicate. We can't let what other people are doing put us under pressure that we lose our own essence and our own core values and begin to communicate like them, because we are not them. So your visual and your verbal identity is key. Next slide, please. Just go to the next one. Yes, next, let's go to the visual identity guidelines. Yes. Next. Yes, that's it. So for your logo usage, you have to tell of the variation you want. It can only be used like this. It cannot be used like this. In case your background is busy, that's fine. Use me in only white. In case your background is black, use me as red. That is what will be in your brand line or brand guide. So you're now going to think about it back again to this logo that we spoke about. Never use a red where there is green. If you had seen green, if you had seen red, white, and purple, and there's a broom inside of it, is that APC? Red, white, purple, and the broom is still on the white. Is that APC? That's it. That's how important your color is. So you want to speak the specific shade of colors. That's what will be in your guide. I know that this might be like a lot for you to assimilate at once, but when your graphic designer is now trying to explain this to you, don't push back. Or ask them, this blue you used for me, what is the name of it? Just say name. What's the name of this color? It's the Pantone, but you might not remember Pantone. That's fine. What's the name of this blue? And your graphic designer will know and give you the name, because you might not stick to the same person every time. But for every time you are meeting another person, my blue is this shade, my red is this shade, my purple is this shade. You need to be the custodian of that brand. All right, next slide, please. Yes, the imagery and iconography. Next slide, I think we're rounding up. Yes, so your tone of voice, are you friendly? Are you authoritative? Are you assertive? Are you a disciplinarian? Are you motivational? So you want to define that. And then for every time people see your post, you want them motivated, then let that be your tone of voice. And then for your writing style, of course, write the same way, appear the same way. Be cursive all through. You know, straight text, be straight text all through. Okay, so next slide, maintaining and updating the brand style guide. Next slide. Yes, your business cards, your letterheads. Most of the time you see that when they design your logos, the designer sends that business card letterhead. What they give to you is like a mini brand guide. Don't just throw it away and remove the logo. They're trying to tell you, this is how we think you should use it. This is how we think you can express your brand better, more creatively. And if it doesn't sit well with you, please go ahead and tell them, oh, consider this, consider this, consider that. Okay? So, next slide. Yes, that's it. Schedule regular updates to check it out. You have a new staff, update them, send them the document. Let them see it, let them know what you're trying to run and achieve, especially when it is the creative aspect, or at least you have a new graphic designer, send that little guide you have. Next slide, please. Yes, so we've looked at these 3 case studies, and that will be all for me. Any questions?
Questions? Wait now. Usher. Do you want to take all the questions, or we will take and then you answer?
Let's take all the questions and answer at once.
Okay, so if you have a question, please come to the aisle here. Let's have you here on the aisle. If you don't come early, we can just say the first 2 questions will be answered. All right. Okay. So we'll take all the questions and then she will give us an answer. To your point. Don't give us brief. Don't even say thank you for speaking.
Okay. My question, number 1, all these things that you mentioned, at what stage of the business should it be done? Okay, let me say somebody that is just starting. After incorporation, at what stage, so that it will reflect on all documents. Then that's the first one. Then the second one, who should do this? Because I can see a level of psychology, a level of, and some other things incorporated together. Who is qualified to do this corporate branding? Thank you.
All right, my question is, when you want to have your logo, do you need to have like what your brand is speaking, like what you are doing? Like maybe for instance, maybe you are into farming and you have to put axe, because some persons will always are, I want this, what I'm doing to show on my logo. Then same thing as color, because some persons will be like, okay, because I'm into, let me say maybe fashion, there's a particular color that attracts people. So that's it. Thank you, ma.
I told someone that I want to do, I want to register my company, and I want to do my business card. And the person asked me, I was like, I'm into solar installation and production of perfume, and I also talk about both science and engineering aspect of agric. So the person, so I asked the person to help me to do everything on one The person, no, I can't do it. How you do and agricultural engineering stuff and solar with perfume production? I was like, just help me to do it. That is what I would. The person said, no, I should have different, separate business card and separate CAC. I was like, please, I'm confused. I don't even know what to do. Maybe that person is right, or what should I do? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adebayo Ogunjobi. I'm into bread production majorly. Okay, so I have few questions here concerning branding. What are the procedures to trademark your brand? Number one. Now, concerning what you said about consistency. So I'm trying to understand that, does that mean if probably you start with a logo and in the near future you are innovative and you want to like, okay, let me do something better. Is there room for adjustment after you have made a trademark on your brand? Then lastly, I tried to study the Lagos Business School, and I found out it wasn't owned by Lagos State government. Now, the question is, what are the risks associated with using a public name to build a brand? So for instance, the Lagos Business School is not owned by the Lagos State government. And if Lagos State comes in the near future to say something like, oh, why are you using a state name, state-owned name to do something like that? Is there any risk associated with doing such? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adiola. Yeah, my first thing is a request. Can we get this in our emails, maybe through the facilitators or through the organizers? That is very important. Number two, as a startup, if I have a business, I've already designed all this. And at the point of having an equity holder, or sometimes venture capitalist that is investing in my business, and they bring up an idea, because they are having another share which may be larger or which may be enough for them to effect such change. Should I allow it, or I should not be able to deviate from my dream? An example is, a typical example is the old UBA and Standard Trust Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've got 10 questions. I'm going to try to answer as fast as possible. At what stage should you brand? At the very beginning. That is why, you see, this, like I mentioned when I started this presentation, I said there are some things that are happening now that 5 years ago, they were not happening. So already, the having a brand identity as sign order and then will be popular. Everybody in town knows, but now those things are not grown as society in light. You are to be, and that your graphic. This knowledge. You want to give this? Tell me how to go look if I put it on the T-shirt. Show me what it can be on the website. On email. Someone depending on WhatsApp reduces the quality of things, all of those, little basic things. And your brand guideline is permitted to grow. So I'm already answering another question. for you to now go ahead and decide what the logo of that organization will be. Someone asked a question about the colors. Yes, colors are important. And you might want to read up, before it was quite hard to find this information, but Google it. What are the meaning of colors? There's a particular telco brand that came to Nigeria, and their colors were not exactly embraced over the years until they eventually had to go. And another brand that had a solid red color or something now picks them up again. Yes, it's because that color resonates where they were coming from the Asian country or so where they came, but it doesn't resonate with us here. It didn't look strong enough. It didn't have enough presence for a telco brand. So you want to also now look at the color psychology. Bright yellow is bright and exciting, and you now say, we are a quiet brand, though. We don't interact with people, and you are yellow. You cannot be yellow. You understand? So you need to look into it. And then someone asked about registering one single company that does all of these things. I think the person who is advising you is giving you very fantastic advice. Please listen to it. And I'm saying that because there are things that can be combined. So it doesn't mean that you have to register a company every single time that those ideas come, but you can combine something with something. And for example, when Apple was going to come, I'm not sure they were thinking so much about phones or iWatches or iPods. It was just the Macintosh, the computer. You understand? But look at the same Apple, the same name, and the same logo, even though they've, slightly evolved over the years and changing from color to minimalist. And I can even imagine that they went to minimalist because they are like, which color speaks of iPad and iPhone and iWatch at the same time? We think if we just play safe, that might just be where that decision came from. So you now need to be careful. You are not mentioning something name, and then we are hearing you, we're like, why are you sounding like a restaurant? And you are here to sell us solar panels. So there has to be, that distinction as much as possible. And I mentioned earlier how you can have a brand name that you're trading with in the market, but then there's something else that is the official name registered. You can look into that. Procedures to trademark your brand, CSA will do that nicely for you. But before you trademark your brand, you have to own it very much. The fact that you have a unique name does not necessarily mean that you can also trademark it. You have to read it up and find out how it works with CSA. But before you trademark, you want to be careful that you are not boxing yourself in. You understand? But for example, I spoke about Nike from where they started. Now, all through Nike everywhere. Coca-Cola started with bottling the soda. Now we have the Coca-Cola bottling company that now has sub-brands, Fanta and Sprite and all of those are under those brands. But the Coca-Cola is now trademarked. And as Fanta and Sprite became popular, they started trademarking each one so that somebody else doesn't begin to ride on the popularity of that name. So you might need to trademark if it looks like, what you have is something somebody else can pick and use. But it's usually better to trademark a mother brand and then begin to now look at the subs that are under it. Risk involved with using a public name. I don't know if there is any law against it. There was a law against it then, but now you see that you put some names through CSA and they'll tell you, you can't use any name that has, because over the years also, the Corporate Affairs Commission is also, trying as much as possible. So some things might have been allowed before that are not necessarily, allowed anymore these days. So you want to ask well and speak to people who are knowledgeable. Is there room for adjustments? Yes, there's room for adjustment. I mentioned that earlier. You can adjust, but adjusting should come from thinking. It should come from a positioning. It should come from, a desire to achieve an overall business goal, not, I just feel like this, my H just needs to, and then tomorrow you are feeling like you should straighten back, and then it shouldn't be that. And that's why I mentioned it's important, even in your mind, to separate your business from yourself. And I think that's one big mistake that small business owners make. You are not your business. And that's the reason, like the man who spoke ahead of me said, that's the reason why businesses don't last 100 years. Why? Because very few people live 100 years. And somebody who lives 100 years would not have started a business at age 1. So whatever business they started at age 25, by the time they die at 100, that business is still just about 75 years old. It's because we're not building something that can outlive us. We are making it all about us. So if you are also an SME and you are doing it because you want to make yourself, popular, make yourself rich, if that is the primary goal of your business, you might not be building something sustainable. I'm not sure if we can get this via email. I'll look into it and then we can discuss that later. And then the last one talks about the venture capitalist who wants to change something. Before you even have the conversation with the venture capitalist, that means you're willing to shift grounds. You can't want my money and then want to dictate how everything is going to be, hook, line, and sinker. You have the vision, I have the money. So we have to have a conversation and meet somewhere. And sometimes, like I mentioned for the APC logo is sitting as the APC logo. Outside the office of the national youth leader, APC logo is still APC logo. So you can begin to work on things and adopt some things and adapt some things. And sometimes there are also things where this is the mother brand, something else can sit beside it. Something else can sit. So the mother brand must be at the edge of the document. The lesser brand would be the one at the left side. You can decide, have a conversation with them. In fact, if you are seeking to maintain the integrity of your identity, it might let them know that, okay, you are thinking. But if your identity is just pretty emotional and it's not what is catching the target audience, your venture capitalist might ask for a completely different thing or a total rebranding. I hope I answered all questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma.
Please put your hands together once again for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. I love your shoes. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are having that beautiful session, we have one of our important personalities, a CEO and an employer of labor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Oduyemi Adedokun, the CEO, NIIT Food Sports System Limited. Please clap for him now. Please permit me to bring him to the microphone because of our time to give us a goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him once again. That popular NIIT. This is the man. Please put your hands together for him once again.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Ma. Shay, I really enjoyed that. I learned a few things as well. I assume everybody did. In fact, I had to start rethinking my brand. I can't emphasize this enough. The journey of being branded, of being identified as a brand, is a long journey. I heard some of the questions and I noticed she emphasized it, but I'm not sure you're all caught on. You don't expect your brand to be recognized overnight. Nike took 60 years. Coca-Cola is 132 years old. They haven't changed. The first year Coca-Cola was in operation, they sold less than 200 bottles. They didn't change their industry because of that.
consistency is extremely important. So the consistency is not just in what you sell, but in who you are. And that is what your brand is about. The brand has to be consistent and speak to what you're producing. Apple will tell you if there's something wrong, bring it back. 4 or 5 year warranty. We fix your phone for free. There's nobody else in the market doing that. You buy the Apple from an accredited Apple store. You walk back 2 years later, you get a new one. No one else in the market is doing that. Everyone else will tell you pay for insurance. So for each one of them, their brand is tied to certain attributes. Apple is not offering you multiple products. Is iPhone 10, iPhone 11, one after the other. Samsung is a different brand. They'll tell you S24 and S55. Everybody has his own style. It's not one is better than the other. Is that each one has identified what they want to be. And that is what they're pushing. And they're staying consistent to it. But please do not let that stop you from innovating. Even in Apple's simplicity of one product at a time, they're still innovating. That is very important. Anyway, to the goodwill message. It's amazing to see this happening. It's amazing to see this going on. I'm always tripped to meet young entrepreneurs on their journey. I've been on my journey for 21 years, maybe a bit more. Yeah, I've been an entrepreneur for about 21 years now. I'm involved in multiple industries, not just IT. I call myself a simple teacher, waiting for my reward in heaven. What was that for? My reward is still in heaven. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm expectant. But in that journey, I'm always eager to meet the young people that are starting on their journey as well. Understand that the journey you're on is extremely important to this nation. It is the private industry that will grow this nation. And so I'm really happy that platforms like this are happening to help people grow their business, to help them identify who they want to be, where they want to play, and how they want to play in those industries. And for that, I want to say a big thank you to all the organizers. Notice I didn't start off with all protocols observed and all those other things. I'm a private sector person. But I still observe those protocols because they are important and necessary. The private sector cannot exist without government. They create the platform, the environment for us to grow. So they are very important in what we do. But we are also very important in what they do. Government cannot employ everybody. We are also employers of labor. The ambition of everybody here is to grow to be a company that is employing 200, 300, 500. In fact, some of you are aspiring to be the next Dangote. Safe journey. But that is the idea. The more employment you create, the more it pays the whole system. The more people paying taxes, the more productivity of the nation, the more local production instead of importation. And all those things are very, very important in this journey of our nation to greatness. And we will get to greatness. There are hiccups on the way, but we will get there, whether we like it or not. We don't have a choice. For the sake of the black man, Nigeria must be great. So thank you very much to all the organizers. I really appreciate what you have done. I really appreciate that this is being done nationwide. They're going from state to state. And I hope that everybody has learned a lot from the journey so far and are taking it back to go and grow their businesses. Please, let's grow our businesses. Thank you, everybody, and well done.
Thank you very much. I've been told that the next speaker is here. As he makes his way to the stage, I wanted the last facilitator to speak on a question that was asked during the previous session when somebody asks if it is smart to have a business or start a business with your partner? Who asked that question? I think, oh, okay, yes. So I wanted to announce to you that our last speaker and her husband are business partners. So as a matter of fact, I think he was just going to say, so we're going to give him 5 minutes to just buttress on that. He's a real life example of the question that you asked. So let's give him 5 minutes to talk about it, why they made the decision and how it has been so far. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right, my name is Ayola Jolayemi. I'm sure you, for those who have the program, I'm the one on the program to speak. But the way we work is that we have subject matter experts in our business. I am the businessman who does the sales pitch, the business development, client service, and she's the brand person. So when I got the note, I said, I'm not the person to deliver this speech or this topic. It would be a square peg in a round hole. So if we also have a round peg in a round hole, let's bring the person who is the subject matter expert in that field. She's a lecturer at Orange Academy, has a School of Advertising in Lagos here. So, I mean, why should you bring a businessman to speak about branding? I can speak about it, but I would not speak to the topic like a subject matter expert will. Right, we started Swift Think Limited in 2009, 15 years ago. So we've been working together running the business. It's an advertising business, outdoor advertising, activation, experiential marketing business, also running events as well. So we've done this because one, there's a clear-cut line of home and work. So even sometimes when we're speaking at home, she will say, am I speaking to my boss or my husband? Right. So, and I think that's one of the first key areas. We understand every person's strength. I know her strength and I amplify the strength. I don't try to usurp where she has the strength. She knows my strength. She amplifies my strength. She knows where not to usurp my strength. And I think that's where the first line of action is. It is not Ayola and Sheyi and co, right? The brand has its name. The brand has its identity. The brand has its office. It has its everything that you can think about that a business would have. From day one, even when it was in our parlor, the brand had an identity. The logo of the brand has not changed in 15 years. And it is clear what it is meant to be, an idea development and brand management business. Clear, cut, straight to the point, right? So the third thing I think is more critical is the fact that when there are differences in opinion, what should matter is superior argument, not husband or wife, right? Superior argument means that there are times when my own opinion will be swallowed by a superior argument. The person who is a subject matter expert is speaking, you listen and take counsel and apply same in the business. More so, you want to ensure that you're not building the business around an individual, you're building the business around a process. So if, for instance, today, I'm not in the office, the business continues to run. When she's not around, the business continues to run because the business is not built around individuals. And that's what grants longevity and also acceptability. Because sometimes, for many years, she didn't change her surname to Jolayemi. It was also a brand decision, right? It was a brand decision. We said, oh, when you're going for a meeting, you're going with your wife. Do you want to say, meet my wife? No, you want to say, meet my partner, Sheidairo. We know she's my wife. The business person does not need to know that she's my wife, right? And when she's speaking, she will be respected for the value she brings to the business, not because she's my wife. So that's one of the things we had to do, ensuring that you're positioning yourself and positioning the brand properly. Number 4 thing we did was that each person grew competencies in the line of their expertise. So we gained knowledge. I gained knowledge in my own field, became a certified project manager, became a business analyst in my own field. She became, she came tops in the brand school and was offered lecturing role in the school because she came tops. in the school. And from there, she's continued her line in coaching, in brand experiential management, and all the line of what she's doing in brand consultancy. So build knowledge. Don't just say experience alone is the best teacher. Gather knowledge, because knowledge is progressive. The fact that you know something yesterday does not mean that that knowledge has been static in that field. Continue to build knowledge in that area. And the fifth thing, celebrate yourselves, right? Celebrate yourselves. If you're working with your husband or your wife or your partner, or your fiance or fiance, celebrate yourselves. When you do great, thumbs up, great job. And even when she was done here, the first thing she did was, how did I do? While she was still here, still speaking to you guys and taking questions, she had texted to say, how did I do? Do you get my point? So, and my first comment was, you were phenomenal, absolutely great. And then I gave feedback, which is a sandwich model. Praise, give critical feedback, and then praise again. It's called the sandwich model of giving feedback. You first of all acknowledge or give a commendation, then you give the critical one that might touch somewhere, right? And then you then close again by doing a thank you. So it's called the what? It's called the what? Sandwich model. So you praise, give feedback, and then praise again. Don't be so quick to want to, knock somebody's head and then you're not in any way giving any form of feedback. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. Are you happy you came today? Are you happy you came today? All right. So we are moving to, I think, the last session for today. And in this session is going to be very, very critical for your growth as an entrepreneur. The conversation centers around the art of negotiation. Somebody say the art of negotiation. I did not see your voice. I can't see your voice. All right. To do justice to this topic is a fantastic speaker. Please put your hands together as we make welcome Ayodolapo Ajao.
All right, thank you. Please, can we stand? All right, do I have my music ready? Okay, so we've been here for a while, and I just feel we should stretch. Is that fine? All right, let's do it. Okay, first, let's do, we want to spell coconut. Are you ready? So I'll show you how, then you follow me, okay? Give some space, all right? Do like this. Let me know when you have the music, please. All right, is that free enough, bro? All right, so let's spell coconut. Are you ready? Let's spell coconut. So C, is that correct? All right, let's go. One more time, let's go. Put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together for yourself. Don't sit down yet. Don't sit down yet. It's not time. Where else in life are you not obeying instructions? Obey these instructions, okay? Rise. Come on. Get on your feet. Let's have the music. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. You have to obey instructions now. Where else in life are you not obeying instructions? Ask yourself that question every time. All right. Let's go. Do we have the music? Let's play. All right. No. All right, let's go. Music, please. You're eating out of my time. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Music. Let's go. All right, let's clap. Swing to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. All right, let your leg follow. Come on, where else in life are you still putting your hands in your pocket? Where else in life are you not obeying instructions? Come on, obey these instructions. Let's go. Go this way, down. Go down. Go down. Go down. Let it go. Go down. All right, go down. Let's go. All right. Are you ready? Come on, throw the ice ball. Say fire. All right. Do I have my slides? You can please be seated, all right? So Ayodolakpo is my name. All right. I work for Tufts Management School. I'll just make it very simple today. I'll talk about negotiation. All right. How many of us had negotiated today? Anybody? All right. Probably you negotiated how many boxes of food you wanted? Or what? Okay. Ah, really? That was a smart one. So every one of us, even at home, we negotiate what particular TV series you want to see. Your children want to have the cartoons. You want to see the news. Yeah? Your wife wants the rice, the fried rice. You want amala. And everybody's saying we must eat the same thing. You've heard that before, right? Sound like somebody's address. So in life, we negotiate. Negotiation is that skill and that discussion that you will have such that you can have balance. Now, let me say this very importantly, that balance will not be found in the middle. Balance will never be found in the middle. It all depends on the weight of the two objects. If you will imagine the weighing balance, all right? If you put one object on the right and the other on the left, the heavier one, if you put the fulcrum, let me speak as a physics student, the fulcrum in the middle, the heavier object will swing it down, right? Let's say the heavier object is on my left. You would have to move the fulcrum to the side of the heavier object. So negotiation is that act of finding balance. All right, as simple as that. Negotiation is that act of finding balance. Negotiation is a strategy and is a discussion where you have to resolve issues in a way that both parties will find acceptance. All right? So that's negotiation. Negotiation tries to make sure that we find a balance, and balance is not always in the middle. I'll make it very simple. Go to the first slide, the intro, all right? So I know I've taught negotiation in different places, in business, church, conflict resolution. I used to work for an organization as a business development manager for that training house, and we were running trainings in Nigeria, Lagos, Abuja, every fortnight. Then we take a group of people for 3 days to Harvard on negotiation in America. But one thing I found out is that over the years, businesses can earn more and do more with the negotiation skills. So if you go back to my first slide, to my intro, I will drop, okay, so you see, the YouTube, I don't have the videos there yet, but it will be important that you just subscribe. Then I would upload those videos. I'll just make sure the videos are there, the slide and the notes, all right? So you don't have to be stuck to the screen. Okay, just screen and then share the time, all right? Drop videos, and if you, and I'll send you the link to those private videos. I have a ton of videos and talk about negotiation. So we don't have to speak exhaustively today, all right? So I'll just take the 7 elements of negotiation. That's 7 elements of negotiation. All right. Number 1, work as a business development manager. I started that. Don't Options, expand the pie. I've done it severally, except I don't want to negotiate with you. You know, there are some friends you don't want to just bother negotiating with them. You leave them. Like that, Israel. So you expand the pie. You expand the pie. So someone asked me, a company asked me to train staff members. I dropped my coats and all that, different companies. And this guy was magnanimous enough to say, oh, we like your content. However, your price is too high. We'll give you this amount. The same amount one of the guys wanted, we'll give it to you. I said, okay, that's fine. You know what? I expanded it again. I said, you know what? I'm teaching them sales negotiation. What I would do, I'll break it into two. I'll do it in 3 weeks. So the first week, I had Friday, Saturday. In the middle, 1 week, I'll take them around to seal the deals. Everybody is God. All right? The last weekend, I will come back to class. All right? But what you will do for me is that you will fuel my car every day I go out. At the time, I was driving an SUV. And you know, to fuel an SUV, you won't give me 5,000 naira. You will increase it a little bit. So I got like about maybe 25,000 then per day. So I went out every time. So I got more money for my going out. What was I going to do? You have a deal? Let's go. I'll act like one of the staff and make sure we seal the deal. So the company was willing to give me more. I also willing to give me extra. Why? Because I will get more results for them. Expand the pie. All right? That's the second element of negotiation. Alternatives is the third one. Alternatives are the other choices a party has if the negotiation ends in an impasse. All right? So you see, we have what we call best alternative to a negotiated agreement. All right? BATNA. We have what we call WATNA. Best alternative to a worse agreement. All right? So whatever you have, whenever, maybe in one of the trainings I'll put in one of the videos I'll put in how you should constitute your negotiation team if you're going out as a team. All right? Let's say this, best alternative to a negotiated agreement. Before you ever get to a negotiation table, you should know what your zone of possibility is. Yeah? Your ZOPA, zone of possible agreement, ZOPA. You should know what your zone of possible agreement is. You should know what's the worst alternative to a negotiated agreement. Yeah? You should know your BATNA, which is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement. All of that are your alternatives. You know your zone of possible agreements. You already know the cost for producing this in China is $500 per square meter. The shipping cost is X amount. Then I will know that if I sell it between $800 to $1,000 or $700 per square meter, I would have made money. All right? What's my worst alternative to a negotiated agreement? What's my best alternative? All right? So you should have that. Then legitimacy, number 4. I don't want to take your time. Legitimacy. Legitimacy is referred to the perception that the agreement is fair and just. It involves using objective criteria and standard to support your position. Like at certain, okay, so let me do this one. So in my company then, we call it the standard of legitimacy. In my company then, that was how I rented the first apartment in Lagos. So as a young boy, I came in and I designed a product and we're selling for $10,000, 10,000 US dollars at the time. So I told my boss that, okay, he said we should put a commission for everybody that sells. So he said it was $100,000. It's 100,000 naira. I feel like, wow, that's a lot. No, everybody screamed on the table and said, no, you don't want us to make money. Okay, so I sold 10. They didn't sell anything. I made $100,000 for the company. As a young boy, I was given 100,000 on everyone that I sold. Yeah, that's $100,000. And I went home with $1 million, right? Extra with my salary. So, but the company did not give me, you know how it is, wanted to give me part of it and all that. So there was an agreement. I said, Ayo, if you will get this particular client to pay his balance this week, I'll give you the money. I said, all right, don't worry. I went to the guy's office. I played my negotiation perfectly before I got there. The guy gave me the money. In fact, I came with the money in bundles. So there are no mistake that he will not give it to me. I got there. I put it on the table. The guy looked at me. He said, we wanted to change. I said, standard of legitimacy, sir. The guy understand negotiation. It was a school of negotiation. So I told him, standard of legitimacy, sir. He said, okay. He gave me the money. Why? It was an agreement that this was fair. Is such that standard legitimacy, you will have made everything look and position. Now, let me say this very importantly. There's a thin line between a negotiator and a con man. You know, Kunle Shorian stood here on the first day and said, skills have their nuisance value. You can hand the best of skills and be the worst man ever lived. All right, don't let me go there again. Negotiation, the skill has its own nuisance value. So in standard of legitimacy, before you get into an agreement or into a deal, you would, wherever you're doing, you make it look very, very seamless. You know how people in the market, they say, in fact, come and take it. My gain there is 50 naira. If you go down to that shop, this is how much they sell it there. They don't know what they're selling there. You will soon find out that the woman made 50,000 of the deal. And she was telling you, just give me my transport on it. It is just 1,000 that I'm making out of this one. And she's been living on that 1,000. Send children to school on 1,000. Making it look fair, all right? Use objective standard. Reference market rates, all right? You reference market rates. Oh, dollar is X amount today. At the point in time when this was purchased in America, in China, before we got here, clearing and change to so. You reference market rate, all right? You make it look very objective, fair enough. I hope, you know, because when anyone buys anything from you, when they get home, when they have a buyer's remorse, you lost that customer. When they got home and they felt like you cheated them, they won't come back. So you need to make sure they feel good about the deal. Use objective standard. Be transparent, all right? All right, number 5 is communication. I love to say communication is not what you say, is what the other party got. Communication is not what was said, is what the other party got. What actually they heard you say. Communication is the exchange of information, ideas, and feelings between parties. Exchange a feeling. Exchange a feeling. That's a good negotiator. Use examples, use scenarios, connect them, connect with what they are used to. When you're selling to the high and mighty, have some stories about what they could relate to. When you're talking to a student, someone low, and you want them to buy your product, have stories on what they could relate to, experiences, feelings, information. Educate them. Let them leave that part and tell them the speaker is so square meter, what sounds in there. This is how to detect the sound, the quality of the sound. If I sell a solar energy product to you, you will go on the run. Why? I just listened. I have so much information about it. So when I dish it out to you, a regular solar or inverter installer cannot give you that. I can calculate it. I have the formulas that will endear the buyer to me and buy from me. All right? So communication, you should employ active listening. Pay attention to what the other party is saying. Acknowledge their positions, their points, and ask clarifying questions. Every time, do you mean, rephrase whatever they say, such that you clarify all the options and you are able to give them the best alternative. Clear expressions. Have clear expressions. Articulate your words, your interests, your proposal clearly and coincides. What do you want to take off this table? You should know. Number 6 is relationship. Relationship refers to ongoing interaction and history that you have between the parties. Every negotiation is either a relationship just starting or a relationship you want to further. Put that into consideration every time you come to the table to negotiate. Make sure to build trust. Make sure to build trust. In your communication, you should have exchanged feelings that build trust, such that whenever they get off the deal, they don't have a buyer's remorse, all right? Separate people from problems. Whenever you see, at a certain point in time, you sit on a table and negotiating, people use words that make others feel lower than themselves, all right? But no, separate people from problems. If all that you have is a hammer, you will see everyone as a nail. Do you get it? So always learn to separate people from the problem, all right? The last one is commitment. Commitment refers to the agreement reached during the negotiation and willingness of both parties to adhere to this. Now, every time you have a discussion, even on the phone, send an email back. I say, thank you for the conversation. I just mean to say that I enjoy our discussion today. These are the highlights. These are the things we will then do. Number 1, number 2, number 3. Then say, thank you. So date will be, apart from sending an invoice, such that you have documented the agreements and the discussion, all right? Clarify the agreement. Ensure that all terms are clearly defined and understood by both parties. Documents the agreement in writing. It can be as simple as a simple invoice, and on your invoice, you put notes down there and exchange it. Put it in an email. Yeah, it's very important. Plan for implementation. You should discuss how this agreement will be implemented. All right, timelines. Discuss it, be exact, such that you do not come to a point where anyone that you sell to feel a buyer's remorse. All right. So in conclusion, negotiation is a complex process. It requires understanding and applying the 7 key elements: the interests, the options, alternative, legitimacy, communication, relationship, and commitment. All right. So I have my videos coming up. I would drop the videos for you on this YouTube. Please help me go back there. On this YouTube page, subscribe, follow, put on your notification. It's a new platform, okay? So please put it right there. And you want to immediately get my notes and also get the slides. Send a WhatsApp to that number. Some guy from my office would drop you the email, will drop you the materials, all right? And subsequently, other links. Ayodolakwa is my name, and I'm your friend. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that. Please put your hands together for him. All right, question time. The first 4 people to come to the aisle would get the question answered. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. So we just please go to the question. Don't say thanks for coming, thanks for speaking. We have thanked him. Go straight to your question and you have just 1 minute.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Negotiation and business value. How do I marry the two together? I negotiate that somebody should pay social amount. And after the person paid, I discover along the line that I'm spending more on that particular transaction. So how can I go back without losing the value of that particular negotiation point? Thank you.
Should I answer? All right, so I'll just answer. Look at me, bro. So simple. It's just about, number one, it's your knowledge of your business. There are no rules to going back or not going back, all right? But first, make sure that if you have gone through these elements very well, especially the alternatives, you will know. You won't get into that kind of issue. However, the knowledge of your business is very important, it's key. But whenever such things happen, is for you to just go back and do some conflict resolution. Conflict resolution is not about fighting, all right? This is a conflict, all right? So you just go back and play out your skill again, apologize. You know, let me say this. All right, one house. I have videos on how you can please a customer. When a customer calls you and start ranting on the phone, blah, 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 let me tell you something. What happened is that before they left the house, they rehearsed everything they want to say. I will tell him this, I'll tell him this, I'll tell him that, I'll tell him this. The moment you start talking in between, they will go back to the top and start all over again. Because you didn't allow them to finish the script. Allow the person finish the script. You know, if it's on the phone, this is how you know they finish. So what do you say? Now he has finished the script. Then you begin with acknowledging your error. Then you provide a solution and also accommodates them wherever. It's a deep thing. But first, if you have followed this process, you won't get into that and the knowledge of your business.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My question is, how do you handle aggressive negotiators?
Hi.
Especially if they have the upper hand. Let's say you really want the results and they seem to have an upper, they don't care whether they lose.
I get you.
And
So
can you
negotiation,
share a successful case study?
I'll drop a slide and a document on that. It's called negotiation styles. There's something also for that. There's a course for what you just said. Yeah. So for you, it's negotiation style. There are different negotiators, styles of negotiation. And there are ways to combat them. If I give you one now, you will miss it. All right. So let me just drop all the styles and how to play on the other side. Okay. All right. I'll drop it. If I forget, chat that number that you need negotiation styles. Okay. Don't let me waste time. All right. Let's go.
My question is, how do you manage the thin line between being a good negotiator and usury?
Yeah.
Usury.
Like
what I mean, like you see somebody who, using his skill of negotiation, is able to make like two big profits that makes him get something. So how do you manage that?
You see, so it's character. It's all about character now. And there's nothing you can do about it. If it's you, you can control it. It's character.
And is it a course in psychology that's negotiation?
No, it's character. Thank you, sir. It's your character. Yeah. But the moment you find someone like that, that wants to get, they're greedy of gain. All right. You let them be. Yeah. And that's it. So basically, for you as a person, it's all about character. And money magnifies your character. So basically, in managing such people is you avoid them. It's a style in negotiation. When you avoid them, they will come back and come down, to discuss. All right.
So you said something about, you made an example about maybe someone trying to say, I'm just getting 1 naira. There are times whereby if I'm discussing, I want to use that analogy, but to be saying you are lying, this is a lie, don't do this. So is it normal? That's number one.
Yeah.
Then the second thing is someone that is into business that's maybe probably you sold something and maybe the person said is going to balance, but I'm always feeling this to ask the person for money, like to ask someone for money of the service I've rendered is always doing me somehow. I want the person to just,
And so thank you for that. So you don't necessarily have to say how much you make for someone to buy the product from you. You just need to build trust. You can, if you ever want to say it, you can say, our margin is minimal. You understand, on this. You don't necessarily have to say how much, all right? Then when you don't know how to ask for money, okay, you can put a system in place. Maybe where you give someone an invoice and email every day goes to them when they are due to pay, 4 days after, text message. That's like a reminder, all right? You can put a system in place to help you with that, but you should eventually grow out of it because it's your money. You have to ask. And some people are bad at asking. They'll start cursing, sending terrible messages. Be professional, all right? Thank you.
Sir, we appreciate. Please let's put our hands together for him. I really want to express my dismay to everyone who is standing at the back and taking pictures while the facilitator is still speaking. That's very disrespectful. And some people are still standing and some people are still taking picture. Please, the gentleman there, please, you don't do that. It means that all the things we've been talking about since day one, nobody is taking it. Some people with coconut head are not taking it. Everybody that went to the back has coconut head. All right. So here we are going to announce the people who have been picked to move to the next stage of the pitch competition. Are you ready? Some people that had witty, good. Are you ready? If you are ready, say 1, 2, 3, go. The go is not going anywhere. Are you ready? If you are ready, say 1, 2, 3, go. It's going. Media, could you help us? So we are going to call their names here. And if your name is being mentioned, please come down to the podium so that we can identify you easily. So number 1, we have Crafted by Hiba. If you're here, please come out. We have Sotu, God bless, Sotorion. @gmail.com. We have Fresh Vibes Concept. We have Care Ease, revolutionary mobile care platform transforming. It's plenty. We have Renewed Life Women's Health Center, Immaculate Marvelous Schools, Green Harvest Farms, a cassava intercrop with maize, Jumiu Akonji. We have Jamiu Akonji, my apologies. We have Ashade Olubumi Maret. Pearl Pro Integrated System, Pearl Palm. We have Juliet Coca Enterprise. Next screen. Next slide, please. Please, could you stay like to the other side? Move to that side. We have seen your face. Thank you. So we have creatives, design and printing, Swiss Spice Small Chops and Barbecue Firm, Modest Car Wash, Sunrise Products, OKK Chigozie Precious, POS Business, Soilless Urban Farming, Cocoa Collection, to Sade Stainless Beauty World Enterprise, MAB Innovation Nigeria Limited, Chilex Limited, Revive and Sell, Keshinro Trado Medical Practitioner, God's Favor Barbing Salon and POS. Isfat Rentals, Service and Enterprises, Wale Are Production and General Merchant, Adebowale Ojen Soya, Catfish Processing, Wazobia Widows Association, Offered General Merchandise, Olutech, Medi Gifty Farms, McQueen Cleans Care, Onahis Bistro, Tasiu Aminu, retailer of Nigerian caps and attire, Jumboskiwa Chops, Crown Appeals, Perfect Fits. Next slide, Didi's Creamy Cake, OG Farms, Ikas Guava Media, Damila Visuals, One Nigerian Child, One Solar Lamp Initiative, Z Food Enterprises Limited, Davies Fashion Fit, and Double M and K Enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who have qualified to move to the next round of the competition. If you are not jealous, if you are not jealous, put your hands together for them. So the good thing about staying till the end is, see, you people, I have total rights to do and undo. We just talked about emotional intelligence. Let's display some form of courtesy, please. All right. So the reason why I'm doing this announcement is simple. Everyone whose name was displayed here and they're not here right now, they're disqualified. So the only people that will move to the next round are these people here. And as you are here like this, it's better you give yourself number so that you go to the, so that you go to the technical team and they will identify you properly so that you can submit your business plan and move to the next stage. So ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Congratulations. You can take your pictures. You can do your videos. I think we should also do let's do a short video together so that we can, you can come and say your name is not here. We'll not be able to know you. So are you guys ready? Yeah. So what should we shout? EDET. Progressive EDET. All right, so let's say progressive EDET, and then we'll all shout Enterprise. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Please show. Make sure you are showing, All right. All right, please stand for a picture. Stand for a picture. Make sure your face is showing. If you are tall, go to the back. Let's do that. If you are tall, go to the back. Excuse me, sir.
No, sorry, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, technical team, Ms. Chiamaka, how are we proceeding? Please, Mr. Rufai, are we going to the back or we just want to remain them here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of us that were not selected, I'm pretty sure irrespective of what happened, we have all gained 1 or 2 things during the session. So I hope to see you tomorrow. And of course, the people that come early might also get different surprises. There are people who said they did not get the link that I shared earlier. You can just come to me, I'll share it with you if you want to connect with me on social media. Here's the one. So I'm a magician. I'm anchoring, and my spirit man is sending email to you. No, I'm like I can multitask like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for today and see you tomorrow. Mr. Shegun, can we put up that talk office slide so that, just in case? Go and meet, go and explain to the technical people. Yes.
Okay, this is all.
That's it.
You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, sir.
Since Monday.
I'm telling you.
You've been doing a wonderful.
My leg is paining me.
We're very proud. Sorry, all the instruments, there was an herbalist here.
Herbalist?
Yeah, because I'm interested in the logo herbalist.
Would you going to? Are you a graphic designer? Are you a graphic
No,
designer?
not the guy. I'm just curious.
Oh my God.
I want to patronize the herbalist.
I'm sure you will not be happy.